It's coming. I don't know. Can you people see it? It's on my shoulders. It's turning my jacket a bit blue. If you don't see blue, you're probably hungry, but that's okay. All right. So, ThriveAgric is an agricultural technological company that is passionate about ensuring food security. When I went ahead to take a bit, just look around and see what it is that we've done, something that caught my eye is the vision for this company. And it's basically to ensure that Africa can feed herself and the world. I don't know. Does that make sense to you? I was pretty sure you would clap. The mission is to build the largest network of profitable farmers across Africa. And we believe that the key to unlocking the continent's food production potential lies in the hand of the smallholder farmer. Within our short period of existence, we have been able to produce over 800,000 grain. We have connected with more than 400,000 farmers. We have reached 2,600 communities, cultivated over 400,000 hectares of land, created over 9,000 jobs, and currently we have about 450 well-equipped warehouses across Nigeria. Yes, please, clap. Destin 1, 2. Usually when you want to make your small announcements, that's when the technical crew decides that my pride was getting too much and they tried to reduce it. But I will shine. I will shine. And thus we are here today, again just to rub minds and to re-strategize so that all the things that hit us this year, the flood, I don't know, personally, my house in Benue, the family house was completely submerged in water. And, we moved for a couple of weeks, but that is nothing compared. At least we could move out, right? I don't know what you do to your plant. I don't know what you do to your grains when the flood hits. There's no moving them out. Do you understand? So today we are here to ensure that we are better prepared so that whatever happens in the new season, in the new year, we can face it completely unmoved. On that note, please help me tell a neighbor to your left or to your right, say, neighbor, we can do it together. So, I will not be working alone. A major part of this conference is to ensure that women are included in everything. I'm taking it very seriously. Are the ladies in the house, can you hear me? My God. And that's why I've decided, I saw a brother outside. I've collected his number. I will call him. I'll go and see his people. I'll marry him and take him home. Yeah, go ahead, clap. I will not be working alone this beautiful morning. I'll be working with my friend and my sister. I'm a bit taller. Just God was giving me height. She was not around. She was just, I don't know where she was, but she's here this morning. Please help me warmly show some love to Clever Ocholi. Clever, where are you? Come say hello. Keep clapping. Keep clapping. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Just 10 seconds and she's upstage. Keep clapping. Don't stop. Come on. Thank you. Thank you very much. Ooh, Clever. Say hello and tell us exactly what we're about to do next.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Thank you so much for the warm welcome. Faith is such an amazing friend, an amazing sister, and it feels wonderful to be here. We are going to have a great time of learning, discovering, and yes, finding more ways to, sustainably scale agriculture. So the next beat that we have on our program, somebody shout Jesus. I hope everything is all right. Okay, so the next speech we'll be having is a keynote speech by Robert Wheeler, Chief of Party, USAID funded West Africa Trade and Investment Hub. So he's going to be streaming, we're going to be streaming live. So we're going to watch him on the screen. Please, are we ready, technical team? Are we good? Yes? Are we good? Hi guys, are we ready? Okay. Let's just give them a few minutes, right?
But while waiting, I think I should just go ahead and tell them who we're about to hear from, right? Did you mention his name? Okay. Yes, he is Robert Weller. He'll be joining us virtually, and he will be giving our keynote speech, number one. And we have two, but that's one. At exactly 25, we would connect and we would listen together. He is the chief of party, USAID, West Africa Trade and Investment Hub, man of capacity with over 30 years of experience in development management, situation assessment, institutional development, and capacity building in Africa. He has an extensive experience in designing, managing, and implementing both regional trade and agricultural development programs. Ladies and gentlemen, you agree with me that Robert Weller is a man worth listening to this morning. If you do, say yeah, yeah. Come on, say yeah, yeah. I know the people with the lowest voice are those ones with 2 years
This meeting
like
is
me.
being
We
recorded.
just came in like a wrecking ball, but we're doing our best. So my technical team will be connecting to him. But if that's not available, we could go ahead with some of our brand videos. We have a lot of them lined up just for you. And in case you see something you like, it looks captivating, please feel free. We have some of our stakeholders seated in the hall this morning, and they are willing to partner with you if you have the right dream and the right vision. For now, I'm about to go and collect the WhatsApp number of that guy. He only gave me his phone number. Check the WhatsApp so I can chat him up. Technica, this is for you. Thank you.
So, blessing.
Yes, I'm here, Robin.
Okay. Just let me know when I'm on, okay?
Robin, I think you can speak now.
Okay.
You can start now.
Hello. I hope everybody is hearing me. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, including our esteemed government representatives, investors,
We apologize for the delay, but while we're waiting, I'd like for you to be informed that we have two keynote speeches this beautiful morning. One by
financiers,
Robert Weller and the other by Dr. Lushala Obikanye, who is the group head, Agric Finance and Solid Minerals at Sterling Bank PLC. So in a short while, we would also hear from him. Our technical crew are doing all they can to connect with our speaker, Robert Weller. In a short while, we will hear from him. Again, my sincere apologies. While we wait, please be informed that the restroom is just a few steps down to your right. Right at the entrance, we have gender-specific bathrooms for everyone.
Yes,
And just in case you
please.
cannot make it downstairs, there's one a few steps
Yes,
above
please.
to your
I'm
left.
sorry.
You could also use the bathroom over there. Again, ladies and gentlemen, we are streaming live and we have some virtual participants from the comfort of their offices, their homes, connecting with us this morning. The theme again is leveraging technology to sustainably scale agriculture. Later today, we would also listen to testimonies from some farmers right here in the hall, just to give you their experience and what their partnership with us has been so far. I assure you, you would like what you hear. You would like what you hear.
Robin?
yeah, I'm here.
All right. His camera is on. His audio is fine.
You would like what you hear.
Robin?
Yeah, I'm here. Okay. Am I on?
All right. So Robin, in 5, you can go ahead. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Am I on?
Yes, you are. All right.
Okay. Okay, go ahead.
Yes, Robin, you can.
Okay. Okay, go ahead. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, including our esteemed government representatives, investors, financiers, climate change champions, and members of the press. It is a great pleasure to be part of the 2022 ThriveAgric Stakeholders Conference. I'm particularly excited about the theme of this year's conference. Leveraging technology
This is officially the fourth time I'll be apologizing this morning. But I know that
older farmers in perspective. It directly connects the investment hub and highlights many of the key areas for several trade hub co-investments.
Accepted the apology. I'm very sorry. We're still experiencing some technical issues, but as soon as we get it sorted, we will get back to Mr. Robert Weller. But I have something even better. I have someone who is seated right here in the hall with us. I'll just go ahead and say that he's a humble, proud
investment facilitation activity to improve private sector competitiveness across the West African region.
He works with Sterling Bank. Every other bank is a good bank, but Sterling Bank is the best. Yeah, I say this because I'm a customer there. I don't know, sir, if you've noticed. You check my account. I have about 2,500 there. As at this morning when I checked, it was still 2,500. But I know before the end of the day, the Lord will touch somebody, and it'll be better. Now, he's an experienced business head with a demonstrated history.
Our mission is to work.
He's a skilled business planner in negotiation, equally skilled in technical. My microphone keeps sizzling, and I really, really want Dr. Olushola to hear all that I have to say about him, because in the last event we were at together, I finished anchoring, and he credited my account with about 200,000 there. He doesn't remember, but I remember. It happened in my dream, but my name is Faith, and I work by faith. So it might happen today. Please go ahead and clap. So, ladies and gentlemen, with us today is the group head at Agric Finance and Solid Minerals Group at Sterling Bank PLC. Give a clapping ovation for the man, Dr. Olushola Obikonye. Please keep clapping. Keep clapping. Thank you very much. Good to see you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Well, maybe before you go, you came in for the first time to apologize. Your apologies may be accepted on one condition, and that is if you are able to confirm that that guy, you were able to get the WhatsApp number. All right. Please just permit me to stand on existing protocols for brevity of time. I know we've had issues with technical issues, well, we're here to talk about technology.
And join the link, the YouTube link now.
Cons of it.
All right. Will do.
All right
I
then.
bring you greetings from
Have a
the
great day.
board, executive management,
Thanks.
leadership,
I just sent you a
and the
message,
entire staff
Blessing.
of our bank, Sterling. Before we proceed,
Yes, Robin, I'm
I
here.
would
I'm
like
here.
to thank most
Okay.
sincerely
I just sent you a
our esteemed
message about
partner,
talking
ThriveAgric,
points for Jim
who
Winkler
have
and
recognized the
the
significance of a
CEO.
forum such as
And
this in
yeah, if you get
creating
a
a
Robin, let me
chance,
strong
call you on
platform
Teams. Let me call you
for
on Teams.
deep
I
conversations
think
on how we can further develop our agricultural sector to catalyze rapid, critical, and economically enhancing growth in our country, Nigeria. We are deeply grateful for your role and immense technical knowledge and support system that you have developed and deployed in bettering the lot of the smallholder farmers over the years. Upon our invitation to participate at this auspicious event, we were briefed that detailed attention will be drawn to the opportunities that abound in Nigeria's most crucial agricultural value chain player, and that is the smallholder. Now, clearly, we believe that this is the thinking that has thrown up the well-articulated theme, leveraging technology to sustainably scale agriculture, smallholder farmers in perspective. With more than 80% of our Nigerian farming done on a subsistent or small-scale level, the importance of the smallholder farmer as the engine room of the nation's food production cannot be overemphasized. Given the expanse that the Nigerian state is, with 70% of our nation's official food providers resident outside of the major urban areas, the relationship between the consumption and production centers have become even more crucial than ever. Focusing on smallholder farmers ensures that the most critical group that contributes to the food production value chain and that is most negatively impacted by the challenges affecting agriculture on the continent is well served and attended to. It is for this purpose that we at Sterling Bank have elected to build a chunk of our work around smallholders. Now, we know that as the world progresses and the need to do things better, bigger, and quicker becomes even more apparent, the old ways and means will gradually become relics. We must update to take the smallholder farmer to that next level. And this is where science, technology, and innovation comes in. Leveraging on science, technology, and innovation, even in the smallest amounts, has proven to help farmers address bottlenecks that stifle productivity. With over 38 million of the Nigerian population engaging in smallholder farming and living in rural areas and wholly dependent on agriculture, our country has no choice but to accelerate adoption of innovative technologies and sustainable approaches to food production. Specifically, technologies and systems that fit the smallholder form of agriculture and prime it for scale and optimal efficiency. Ladies and gentlemen, in recent years, we have seen immense technological advancements aimed towards enhancing productivity of key staple crops, including maize, rice, cowpea, soybean, cassava, potatoes, and tree crops. What has clearly emerged is that with the use of technology, the farmer does a lot more. Digitalization as a subset of these technologies and innovation is a key development that is fast proving itself a useful partner of smallholder farmers, spurring creation of viable agribusiness opportunities across our region in Nigeria and beyond, of course. Innovation, however, cannot thrive on its own. And history has shown that innovation requires an enabling system to blossom and make the intended difference. There are three interrelated systems that contribute to a effective enabling environment. The first will be the enactment and institutionalization of effective, efficient, and workable policies, laws, and regulations. The second, of course, will be developing the capacities of the actors involved in the product value chain, from research to regulatory management, production, and commercialization, of course. Now, the third and most critical is government and political will. Where the first and second exist, and there is no interference from the political class, a transparent, professional, and legally predictive system that is self-regulated thrives. From all indications, it is the third system that seems to have the greatest impact on whether innovations in Nigeria will make it to the end users or not. All of this said and done, it will take concerted efforts by all stakeholders involved, from governments to development partners to the private sector, the academia for research, the specialized agencies, and every other stakeholder to usher in the much sought after dream of a food-secure continent through the maximization of the foundation of production, and that is indeed smallholder farmer. Let me leave all of these to speak about our sterling ThriveAgric story. As one of the most dedicated financiers of the agric sector, Sterling is proud to be associated with the biggest agri-tech company in Africa, ThriveAgric. This journey currently spans a 5-year period from the days of under 1,000 farmers to the now audacious and awe-inspiring milestone and aspiration of reaching over 1 million farmers across the African continent. Sterling Bank took an early bet on ThriveAgric, being the first commercial bank to lend to the company from a few hundred million from the commercial standpoint to now very significant volumes of over 25 billion in partnership with the Central Bank of Nigeria. Now, the reason for our involvement with ThriveAgric is not far-fetched. At the heart of our bank strategy is innovation and digital disruption across key sectors. Agriculture being one of the focal sectors for the bank. For us, this relationship has been established and refreshed on shared values and goals for the agri sector, as well as the thirst to innovate. We believe in Sterling that this is the same with ThriveAgric as well. This synergy of ideas and objectives is expressed in our collective appreciation of the need for digital disruption in the agri space. Whether it is in the monitoring of on-farm activities or its digital extensions, such as crop yield analysis, remote sensing, or even the digitization of loan application processes for smallholder farmers. All of these are areas that we have significantly partnered with ThriveAgric over the years, and we hope to continue doing so as we extend financial inclusion to the farmers, to increase their access to finance, to work with them to optimize their yields, and ultimately transform Nigeria's agri space one step at a time. I am excited to be here to see another milestone achievement, again, by ThriveAgric in organizing this seminar. Before I let go of the microphone, allow me to quote verbatim from the United Nations Secretary General, Antonio Guterres. He said that we can do things differently and we can do different things. Innovation is not about developing the most sophisticated technology. Sometimes it is the simplest of things. We have to be bold, be revolutionary, because without innovation, there is no way we can overcome the challenges of our time. I believe that the next couple of hours that we're going to be spending here will be very impactful. When you look at the review of the panelists, the faculties are put together. I believe that it will be a time well spent. I look forward with excitement on behalf of our bank to the communique and the outcome of this particular meeting, because we know that they will have rebounding impact on our national economic life. On behalf of Sterling Bank again, I thank you so much for having us, and I congratulate ThriveAgric on this milestone. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Please, another round of applause for Dr. Olushola Obikanye. Thank you very much, sir, for that wonderful, wonderful speech. You know, one time, I got to see the field of the farmers, the smallholder farmers, and I couldn't believe it. I'm sure when they get to display it on this, the screen, you will be awed as well. It's really amazing the impact ThriveAgric is having or making through these farmers, right? So the next bit on the program is a summary of the project, lessons learned, and challenges. One of these challenges is low female involvement in this sector. Now, before I call up the person who will be handling this segment, I would like to speak a bit about him. I've been privileged to be in the same class, in the same room with this person. I'm talking about Uzoma Alika. He is an experienced retail sales executive with a demonstrated history of working in the food production and downstream oil and gas industry, highly skilled in operations management, retail sales of FMCG, as well as agricultural products, business development, and logistics management, strong professional with a Bachelor of Engineering, focused in water resources and environmental engineering from Ahmadu Bello University. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Uzoma Alika.
Okay, good morning, everyone. Nice to have everyone here. Okay. Well, the project WATI, since I'm here to give a summary, I'm going to try as much as possible to stick with my slides, but something I don't have there is, in the course of this project, we lost a couple of staff, not necessarily or not directly because of the project, but of course due to health and the rest. We hope that our health sector in Nigeria gets better, right? So I would like us to take a few seconds just to, a few moments of silence, right? We lost a lady. Her name is Caroline Nwosu, and we lost a field officer. She was a supervisor on this project. Okay, and then we lost a field officer that was also actively part of this project. So please, just a moment of silence. Yeah. Okay, may their souls rest in peace. All right. Well, as you can see here, the title of the project was Improving Yield of Smallholder Farmers by Providing Access to Finance, Input, Agronomic Advisory, and Market Link using innovative technology. Well, ThriveAgric is big on tech, and we keep improving every day. We're not where we want to be, or we're not where we should be, but we hope to get there in a very short period of time. Okay. We had a few, just to talk about the goals of the project. The major aim was to reach out to 50,000 smallholder farmers, provide financial services, like I said earlier, inputs, agronomic advisory, and market linkage, and then to also aggregate 50,000 metric tons of grains to the people, the market guys, that's the off-takers that were to supply, and to generate total revenue of $14 million. Next, please. Yeah, so we had also, in the course of the project, to train. We were to train farmers at the pre-production stage, the production stage, and the pre-harvest and also post-harvest stage. These look so straightforward and simple, but it's actually a lot of work, especially with the post-harvest training. A lot of farmers lose, in fact, in the whole country, we lose a lot at the post-harvest management stage, and we need more trainings. This 1 year is not even enough, right? It's something we're going to continue emphasizing on and improving on as we move forward. So please, next slide, please. All right. So, these are our targets and what we achieved. We reached 68,950 farmers, exceeding our target. Okay. Total of $10 million was what we were supposed to spend, but we had to spend more because, of course, added to the 50,000 that was the original target, we had to reach around 18,950 more. So that costed more money. Right, then the private sector leverage is what ThriveAgric had to contribute, right, to the project. Then the yield achieved, we achieved more than the 50,000 metric tons. We achieved 91,829,194, right? Next, please. Yeah, then we were to reach out to 8 different off-takers and seal deals, but we ended up getting 9 of them, and were able to supply them these produce that we got from the smallholder farmers. We created 1,107 jobs, and the aim was actually, the target rather was 1,000, of which out of these 1,178, we were supposed to do 35% youth, and then 13% female farmers and female staff empowerment, but we ended up we did more than 13%. We did 15%, so that's why you can see 115% there. Working with women in this agri space, especially the outgrower, is not so easy because it requires a lot of tough rigors, right? Tough areas you have to go to. You need a bike. Women don't ride bikes. It's just a bit more difficult, right, to work with. But we've been able to achieve good progress. Also, even working with women farmers, many women don't actually engage in farming before maybe last year or even 2 years back. But we've seen actively more women are partaking in farming, especially in the northern core rural areas in the north. You know, women are somehow restricted to their houses, but it's changing gradually. And with the help of this project, we've been able to bring out more women from the homes. So different measures were put in place to ensure success. Because we're able to also bring on board female staff, the female staff has access to go to meet a female farmer more than a male staff would be able to. So we're improving, and we hope to achieve more in the coming years. Please, next, please. Yes, so the challenge is, this is no news to anyone. Operational expenses, we know there's the cost of fund one is so expensive right now. Operational cost of petrol is so unstable. We may buy PMS here in Abuja at an agreed price, a standard price, but when you go to the core villages, you end up buying it double what has been agreed on. And from the beginning of the project, you plan with the official rate. During the project, something can just spike up, and then every price changes the whole dynamics of your project, and you end up having to commit more money than you budgeted for. Inputs also, the change in price. Inputs some 4 or 5 years ago, urea, for instance, was around 6,000. Urea right now goes for 23,000 plus, if you even find it to buy. So these are very big challenges. And I mean, to stakeholders here, if you have these things to give us, I mean, we can reach a very good understanding. Then low participation of women due to cultural challenges. I've spoken about this. It's changing. We were able to come with 2 of our female farmers and their husbands. They're seated right there. And I mean, we actually thought it's impossible to get them out of their homes without their husbands. So we just invited them together. But I mean, it should have been maybe the men would have permitted them to come with us alone. But we didn't want to take the risk, so we invited all of them. Yeah, and they're amazing farmers. They've been with us for, well, at least 3 years now, and they've been consistent in repaying. So bringing them here is not a mistake, right? Yeah, and they also help in sensitizing their communities as well, to make them understand what this loan program is. When we give you loan, you repay. It's not free. It's not, as they say, government product. Yeah, next slide, please. Okay, so lessons learned. In the course of the project, we had to develop our own NPK, which we call the special maize blend. It's particularly for maize, but it turns out that we can actually use it for other crops, which is a plus to us. And I mean, the farmers can testify, it didn't disappoint. We came up with the formula, the NDPDK 14310, and mixed it with urea to come up with good yield. I believe they would come up and talk later. Then excessive rain and drought. They also, feedback from the farmers, they told us that this blend has a way of, it has a way of affecting the particular blend, so we have to find a way to improve it. Then weather forecasting, we want to be able to get to a point where we're able to tell the farmer it's going to rain today, don't apply fertilizer today. There's no rain, don't plant yet. All those kind of things, we want to get to that point. So feedback from this project bettered the need to do one more. We have always had the plans to develop our app to the point where we're able to check soil hydration rate, check the health of the crop. These are things we've had in mind, but this project opened our eyes to see that there's actually more that we need to do aside the already planned innovations. Then seed-resistant variety, we need to get more seed. So those in the seed business, we need to actually come up with seeds that would give the same expected amount of yield and do well, right? We'll plant it. It gives us 60 bags per hectare, 100 bags per hectare. I mean, if anybody has that, please, we're open to partner. Next slide, please. Yeah. So these are our plans, not just next season. It's a plan in continual. We're going to keep improving. So investment in more agri-value chain. We may not stick to only maize, rice, wheat, sorghum, and soya. We may diversify to other crops. We may go into offering more services, more than what we already offer now. right? Then intensifying the use of technology, I've spoke a bit about that. Technology is the future. We want to get to a point, I keep joking about it, but it's something that is at the top of my mind. I want to get to a point where I don't risk the life of my field officer traveling miles with his bike. Maybe I can just send a robot to do what I want it to do. And then it goes there, does exactly what I want, and comes back. I mean, it sounds like a joke, but it's not impossible. Yeah, then collaborating with more partners. We hope that as a result of this particular project with Wati coming to an end, we hope that more people come to partner with us to produce and raise more smallholder farmers. Yeah. Okay. So, thank you and have a nice day.
Just a moment, Uzo. Please. When you said that women do not ride bikes, one of my seatmates there said, are you sure women do not ride bikes? I think women are riding bikes these days, right? I think it's important that we celebrate this particular young man because he has given us a very cogent presentation this morning. Please give him a round of applause. And I particularly like, Uzo, I like that you are very strategic. You didn't take the risk of inviting the women alone so that there will be no argument whatsoever. In fact, I'm pretty sure you wrote the husband's name right there. I think I want to lead you to recognize our female farmers in the house this morning. Please put your hands together for our female farmers in the house. Oh my. Yeah, no, please clap. If you want to stand up, you can stand. Awesome. Thank you for coming. Thank you for coming. Thank you so much. Yes, please keep clapping. Don't stop. Especially the women in the house. Women are supporting women these days. Go ahead, make some noise. Thank you, ma'am, for being here. Clever, are we together? Are we still on? Awesome. And while we've done that, I think it's also in order that beside every successful woman, there is a man. You see how humble these women are? That's how humble I am, in case you are thinking about me. I don't talk too much. I don't know. You notice I'm very quiet. Please help me celebrate the husbands of these farmers that are in the house. All right. So for the next few minutes, Clever, am I in order? For the next few minutes, are we taking our testimonies right about now? Okay. Okay. So we are going to take those testimonies, but we would also need someone to properly translate so that everyone in the hall is taking along. I like that these husbands are coming forward. Please, if you are going to marry me, you have to be like this. Oh my, awesome. So we are going to listen to their testimonies for the next few minutes. After that, we'll recognize some of our partners that have been with us in the hall for a while now, and then we'll proceed with the program. I'll leave you in these awesome hands. Thank you.
Just put it in your mouth.
So okay, all right. Thank you very much.
Assalamu na farko, ni sunana Rabiatu Habibu, na zo daga jihar Kaduna, ƙaramin hukumar Kudan.
Okay.
Kuma na zo a ƙarƙashin wannan kamfani namu na ThriveAgric. Abin da ya sa na zo saboda in nuna farin ciki na daga irin abubuwan da Thrive ce mana. Da dai gaskiya ni manomiya ne, na tashi a gidanmu ni babana muna noma sosai. Amma irin noman da muke yi gaskiya muna noma irin na wahala ne. Dan za mu iya noma buhu 10 abin da muke yi. Amma lokacin da Thrive ta zo gare mu, ta zo ta ba mu taimako irin taimakon ta ba mu. Gaskiya manomiya sosai. Kuma an kun gani dai ni Bahaushiya ne. Mutane da yawa suna maganin cewa matan Hausawa ba sa neman saboda haka ni amma ina noma. Mijina da abubuwa da yawa. Ya taimake ni saboda na tashi saboda in nemi na kaina na al'amarin haka. Taimake ni san ta zo wajena. Saboda ta zo mun haɗu suna ba mu taki, suna ba mu iri, suna ba mu maganin feshi irin wanda za mu yi noma mu samu abu mai kyau. Tom, sanda Thrive ta zo, da farko ina iya noma buhu 150. Gaskiya yanzu da kuka kalle ni haka, ina noma mai yawa. Ina gaya muku noman da nake da Thrive za ku sha mamaki, kuma sai kun tafa min na sani. Ni ɗin da kuka gani yanzu, inda za ku je sona, ina iya noma buhu 500 da wani abu na masara fa. Saboda haka yanzu da kuɗin masara ne na tarawa a hankali na zama hajiya. To na gode, gaskiya ina godiya da Thrive sosai da irin taimakon da ta mana. Kuma mijina ya taimake ni sosai, dan da bai bani goyon baya ba zan kai irin wannan lokacin da na kai ba. Because ba barin matansu su fita su nemi kuɗi irin wannan, amma ni nawa mijin ya bani na nema. Saboda haka abin da nake so, ina godiya ga Thrive sosai. Bunƙasan manoma, Allah ya ƙara bunƙasa mu. Allah ya taimake mu gaba ɗaya. Mun gode sosai.
Amen. Thank you. Okay, so I'll just quickly interpret what she just said. She's grateful to ThriveAgric. ThriveAgric have been very helpful to her. ThriveAgric have given her an opportunity to be able to be very productive in her farming. She's also very grateful to her husband for giving her the opportunity to be a great farmer. And that with this now she can farm so many bags of maize, and she's doing very well, all thanks to ThriveAgric. I had to summarize it because of our time. Thank you.
Okay. All protocol duly observed. To sunana dai Bahaushiya ce ni. Da Hausa zan yi magana. Don muna dan jin Turancin dai kaɗan.
So she's going to say that in Hausa because she understands English very small. But please, let's permit her to proceed. Thank you.
All right. Sunana Lara Ishaku. Kame gina na can a gefe.
Okay.
Mun yi aure mun zo aikin gona din dai sai a hankali. To Thrive ta zo. Aka fara dai kaɗan, the first day da muka yi mun samu challenges don ba a ba mu kaya da wuri ba. An zo shekara din an yi ruwa ya ɗan ci mana gona. So the following year na so kaman kai ba za mu yi wannan noman ba kuma tunda mun faɗi last year, say kai let's try again and see what will happen. Na ce to let's do it. Muka zo muka yi. Dan shekaran da muka yi kenan kai gaskiya mun yi noma sosai. Though kaya din ana ba mu yana yi, but amma idan ƙasar mu is not fertile, bai cika yi sosai ba. So sai aka zo aka ba mu shawara irin yanayin yanzu za mu ringa applying taki haka, that if possible mu dinga shukawa so that ƙarfi din in an yi ruwa ba zai tafi ba. So we try doing that. Mun ga taimakon sosai. So now abubuwan da Thrive ta koya mana muka amfani da shi muka yi, mun ga taimako sosai. So abin da zan ce kenan. Kawai da duka dai nuna godiya ne da abubuwan da Thrive suka yi.
Okay, so she's here with her husband, and she's also giving thanks to ThriveAgric for the farming education she received from them. And then the first time she started farming, they had challenges. The second time, the flood took over everything. And then so far with the education and the learning from ThriveAgric, they are doing very well now, right? And then today she's grateful also to ThriveAgric for the education, farming education, and she's also here with her husband, giving thanks to all of you. Thank you.
Okay. Na ba kowa girmansa bisa ga matsayin da Allah ya bashi. Idan ana magana ta ThriveAgric, mutanen da suka ci gaba, mutanen da suka taimaki ƙananan manoma da talakawa, mu ne mutanen da ya kamata mu fito mu faɗa duniya ta sani. Ina yin amfani da wannan dama in tabbatarwa da duk wanda aka gayyata nan a shekarun baya da suka gabata muna da wani ɗan ƙaramin ilimi da muke amfani da shi da ba za mu iya tsayawa mu yi magana gaban jama'a ba. Amma da zuwan ThriveAgric ta jawo mu a jika ta nuna mana yadda ake kasuwanci ta harkar noma. Tun muna yi muna jin tsoro sai ya zamana mun zo mun hau kan kujerar mun zauna mun ci gaba. Ni da kuke gani na anan ɗan jihar Kaduna ne daga ƙaramar hukumar Ikara a yankin Fa'ida. Idan ka je lardinmu ka ce Daniel Philibus za a tambaye ka Daniel bunƙasar manoma. Sunana kenan my popular da ana kira na around of that area Daniel bunƙasa. Dalilin shi ne mun ci bungo ta hanyoyin da muka kawo mutane muka tattaro su, mu da aka fara tallata ma kamfani suka yarda, a haka ne har aka samu nasarar da mutane suke iya ɗaukan waɗansu abubuwa na hannunsu suna amfani da shi domin yaransu su yi karatu. Don mu a can shekarun baya saboda ƙarancin abubuwan da muke sarrafa ba mu ma yi karatun ba. To har yanzu muna sake samun wata dama kuma muna amfani da ita don mu haɓaka iliminmu. Kaga wannan gudunmawa ce mai kyau da bunƙasar manoma suka bamu. Kamar yadda mai gida ya faɗa, Ugawuzo, magana ta gaskiya aikin akwai wahala, suna shiga ciki gurare lulalun gurare da muke a tallata mana kamfani mai amfani da su. So mu ne mutanen da muka ci nasara, kuma wannan kamfani ba abin da za mu ce da ita sai dai godiya. Kuma muna mata fatan alheri, Allah ya ƙara bunƙasa wannan kamfani na bunƙasar manoma. Na gode.
Amen. Okay, so he's saying that he was really, I don't want to use the word he was nobody, but because he was somebody. But ThriveAgric found him from just nothing, and today has made him almost a chief in his village. And he's a very popular person. And through the help of ThriveAgric, he has been able to mobilize people from his community. And they are also joining the farming sector. And then he also is saying that with also the education that he learned from ThriveAgric, sitting down, learning from them, that has also helped him. And today, I believe that after leaving this event, he is going to be crowned the chief. Thank you.
Jama'a assalamu alaikum. Ni abin da ya kawo ni na zo da murnan godiya da ɗaukaka da tribes ta ba matana. A gaskiya ni ba abin da zan ce sai godiya. Allah ya saka mata da alheri, Allah shi ƙara mata ɗaukaka, Allah shi ƙara buɗa mata abin da take so, Allah kuma ya samu gama lafiya. Da fatan alheri, Allah ya sa ta ci gaba da zaman lafiya. Na gode Allah.
So I'll just quickly summarize, Babas. Please forgive me. I'm trying to make this very fast because of our time. Baba just came here to say thank you. I have to get a dictionary to be able to explain more, but for this, just appreciate. He's just saying appreciation. So please, in thank you, thank you. Just take it down from me. Thank you. So,
To, jama'a assalamu alaikum. Kamar yadda 'yan uwana suka yi magana, ni ne mai gidanta, mun zo nan tare saboda su ne manoma na bunƙasar manoma. A gaskiya ba abin da za mu ci a bunƙasar manoma sai dai godiya. Saboda lokacin da suka fara za su ce yau za mu je guri kaza, za mu ce gobe za mu je guri kaza, wani lokacin sai mu ce kai, ku fa mata ne bai zai sa ba za ku bar wannan harkar ba. Amma za su ce a'a. To a gaskiya farkon tafiya an ɗan samu kuskure, amma da aka gane aka fahimta saboda koyarwa da ake musu, ku shuka nan, ku yi can, ku gyara can, gaskiya mun samu ci gaba, mun samu canjin rayuwa a gidanmu. Ba abin da za mu iya cewa bunƙasar manoma da sauran mutane da suke haɗa hannu da bunƙasar manoma, sai dai mu ce musu mun gode, Allah ya bar mu tare, Allah ya bunƙasa mu. Na gode.
Okay, so before I proceed, please, can we celebrate this? The first time his wife came home talking about her going to farm, he was not really giving the support because he was wondering why all the time she's coming to say, I'm going here, I'm going here, I'm going here. But with that little help and support and encouragement, he really did not have the pounds, the dollars, and the euros, but he was always there to say, you can do it. And today, because of the help that's coming from the wife, his children are all studying abroad, and they are here now to say big thank you. And if, please, that does not also stop you from giving them more support, because men like this need to be recognized. Please, if you're voting next year, consider these men because they are doing great. And if you're a man here, support your wife, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Please go ahead and celebrate our farmers in the house.
Yes, amazing stuff happening.
I think this goes on to tell you that ThriveAgric is not just an abstract company giving abstract numbers. This is our reality. We actually have results. In case you were wondering, I hope this convinced you to partner with us. Please, can we celebrate the farmers again? It's just beautiful. I'd like to go ahead and recognize some of our partners that are in the house, like I promised earlier. We have with us the General Manager, Warehouse and Logistics, ThriveAgric Novum, Mr. Nels Bister. So please give me a wave. Can we celebrate him with a round of applause? Good to see you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for being here.
You know, Clever, he asked me if I got the WhatsApp number, and I said yes, I did. But I'm in the market, all right? I'm going to collect his number also, just in case. So I'm just saying.
That's a very wise decision.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, we still have the Chief Operating Officer, ThriveAgric Novum, Mr. Arnold Smith in the house. Give me a wave, please. He's not here. Okay. All right. But can we put our hands together? These are partners, and they are in the house. Thank you.
All right. We also have the Managing Director, Gerawa Oil Mill Limited, Alhaji Sufianu Hassan Abdullahi. A round of applause, please. Good to have you here, sir. I'm so sorry. I have to apologize ahead of time. If I murdered this name, please forgive me. The Factory Manager, Salco Nigeria Limited, Gao Ajay. Did I get that correctly?
Not in the house?
Not in the house? Okay. No? Okay. All right.
So we're moving on very quickly. We're doing our best to keep to the time schedule. Right now we have a panel discussion that will run for the next 40 to 50 minutes. It's going to focus on the topic, leverage technology to feed the future. Smallholder farmers in perspective. I'd like to bring up the moderator of this particular panel, beautiful lady, eloquent, help me celebrate, Favor Eze, as she welcomes her panelists. Please keep clapping. Have a wonderful time, Favor.
Thank you so much.
Right.
Thank you so much, Faith. Thank you. Please help me with the mic. Okay, great. Thank you so much. It's a pleasure having everyone here. So I'll quickly invite our panelists that will be discussing together. So please make welcome Mr. Caleb Usa from OCP Africa. Please, Mr. Caleb, thank you so much. Thank you so much for coming around to discuss this topic. And also, Mr. Usman Dantata, welcome, welcome. Please, it will be great to clap for them as they come up. We're about to be induced with knowledge. Thank you so much. Mr. Usman, so sorry. Mr. Usman is from Sagat Farms. They'll do their introduction formally. Okay, also welcome the other lady with me on the panel, Mrs. Dana Mayaki. I hope I pronounced it properly. Is she in the house? Thank you so much. She's from Agra Ag, right? Great. Thank you so much. She's the CEO, co-founder. It will be great to have a lady on this panel also. Also, Mr. Alhaji Ishako from Gerewa Rice Mills. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. He's the MD for Gerewa Rice Mills. And Mr. Ladikwa Lawani, CEO, L&L Foods. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. We actually reserved the seats in front for you. So maybe after the panel, we can relocate you to the special seat reserved for you. Thank you so much. Please, can I have the mic? Thank you so much. Great. So the topic we have for discussion today, it's leveraging technology to feed the future, smallholder farmers in perspective. I think I need to highlight that again because a number of conversations we've had around technology is probably the large scale, the digitalized farming and all, but this is smallholder farmer in perspective. And I'll start by asking, okay, so what role do you think technology has actually played in smallholder farming rather? So I think I'll have my co-lady on the panel address that, because it looks like that's what you are doing at ThriveAgric. And please make an introduction before you go on to speak. I think that will be able to save time. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
Can you hear me?
I'm not so sure.
Good morning.
Oh, great.
My name is Dana Mayaki, Miss Dana Mayaki.
Great.
I'm the CEO of ThriveAgric. ThriveAgric is currently driving digitalization in all of the key processes in agriculture. Thank you very much, everyone. All protocols duly observed. Thank you very much, ThriveAgric, for the wonderful work that you've been doing and for encouraging women like me in the agricultural sector. So the question again.
Of agriculture in smallholder farming specifically.
Okay, so for now, I'll start by saying the advantages and before I jump onto the roles.
Okay.
I think we need to create more awareness around agricultural technology, especially for the fact that, judging from a documentary by IFC and Google, the digital economy is set to grow by to about 180 billion in 2020. And Nigeria is already at 150 billion. And they're saying, and the analysts are saying that the digital economy should grow to about $800 billion. And we already know that agriculture in itself has the potential to grow up to $1 trillion by 2050, or even much more than that. So the role of agricultural technology today cannot be overemphasized. First of all, it has created visibility, two very outstanding things, visibility and efficiency. We know that if a process is not efficient, you cannot multiply it across different places, and you cannot have multiple users using it at the same time to drive the innovation and to bring forth the visibility that you want. Secondly, visibility. Without visibility, we cannot partner together and we cannot show people the potentials in the agricultural space so that they can bring whatever value that is required for the smallholder farmer. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for sharing. I would have Mr. Sagad, Mr. Usman Dantata from Sagad also share his perspective. Your thoughts on the role of technology in smallholder farming?
Good afternoon, guys.
Yes.
My name is Usman, the CEO of Sagad.
Please, can you get my closer? Thank you.
Hello?
Great.
Okay, right.
Yes.
So my
Hi. Okay, Caleb, please, can you come around to help us with the mic movements? Okay. Okay, so have mine.
Hello, so my name is Usman. I'm the CEO and founder of Sagad Farms. We're a 1,000-acre rice farm in Tigadam area of Kano State, where we produce and process rice. We just commissioned our 150-ton per day rice mill roughly a month ago. And like the theme says, how can we leverage technology to scale up, to sustainably scale agriculture? I think with technology, the farmers can do a lot more. Right from the planning stage, I believe. Right from the planning stage, I believe, they can survey their farms and know what area they're looking at, because most of 90% of agriculture is actually planning and logistics, as all my colleagues here would agree, I believe. So if they're having the technology to know what size of farms they're going to cultivate, they know what inputs they need, they can have better access to finance, because they can partner with companies like ThriveAgric and other companies doing outgrowers schemes to actually enable them cultivate way more than they're doing. And in terms of, I'll jump from planning to actually harvesting. Like if we take an example, manual harvesting and actually harvesting with a combined harvester, mechanization, for example. Based on our own analysis in-house, if you're harvesting manually and compared to harvesting with a combine harvester, you're losing at least 4 bags on an acre. That's roughly maybe 10 to 15% of your yield. So just that little mechanization that most people will say, okay, maybe it's a luxury or something. No, it's not, but it actually helps you to be more profitable, to be more efficient and effective while carrying out your businesses. So we produce, our farmers produce actually way more than we think they produce, but it's that little technology that is unavailable that making them have a lot of losses over the course of the production cycle. So technology is actually key. It's needed. It's not a luxury to have for any smallholder farmer, and not just the planning, but the operational aspect. It encompasses everything.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for sharing. Now, thank you so much, my audience. Thank you. Connecting to what you just said, I'd like Mr. Caleb also to expand more on the opportunities that technology can afford or offer smallholder farmers. That's, of course, he's mentioned some things, but from your experience working with farmers, fertilizers, distribution, and what are the other opportunities that are obtainable or that we need to explore to scale that smallholding farming?
Thank you very much. Caleb Uso is my name. I'm the Deputy Managing Director for OCP Africa. OCP is largely into fertilizers, a Moroccan company, and we have subsidiaries across Africa, inclusive of Nigeria. Yeah, very good question you asked. When it comes to agriculture, there is absolutely no way you can progress agriculture with smallholders or large-scale farmers without technology. We have moved beyond the phase where agriculture was basically you get your little implements, till the soil, throw in any kind of seed or grains and wish that it grows and go pray and hope. No. There is a lot that's happened over years. And if we have to expand productivity in Africa for our smallholder farmers, we definitely need to embrace all of these technologies. I understand conversations like this when you talk about technologies in agriculture. The quick thing that comes to mind is digital technology. But it's all encompassing, right? I always tell folks, technology, digital is an enabler to stuff. The stuff needs to be built. If it's not there, you're going to be investing on technology and you may not make a lot out of it. So the technology is needed. The real farming, the technology of real farming is also needed, all right? So that's like agricultural technology, biotechnology, all right? So we in OCP will recognize this, and we're bringing support through enhancing soil management technology.
Interesting.
The kinds of nutrients that your soils will need, all right? And your farming practices.
Okay.
And that's really helped to impact. I mean, Tribe was talking about the outcome of this collaboration with USAID, West African Trade Hub.
Yeah.
They talked about the fertilizers, how they introduced the different kinds of fertilizers. That is technology.
Yeah.
That's the research that OCP did with them and decided, okay, we can't give farmers the same 20-10-10 triple 15 because every crop has different nutrient needs and research has to be done to establish what kind of nutrient need maize, for example, needs, or rice. And the rice in Kaduna may need a different kind of nutrient from the rice in Ebonyi.
Yeah.
because the soils are different. The characterization of the soils are different. So in-depth study has to be done and made available to players on what kind of soils they have, what are the characterization of the soil, what kind of nutrients they need, depending on the kind of crops they have to plant. That's technology. The seeds that you use is technology. I mean, unfortunately, a lot of farmers are not using seeds as far as we're concerned. They're using grains. But all of that knowledge to research, to find out what kind of seeds you will need to plant that will even use the kind of fertilizer we're offering that will guarantee, if you're looking at maybe 8 metric tons, 10 tons per hectare, is all of those technologies. So when that's all gone, digital technology is also part of that to broadcast, make available and the farming practices and methods to the farmers. So it's really exciting that over years, a lot of companies are bringing technology in all gamuts to farmers in Nigeria today. I really appreciate what Thrive is doing, okay?
Yeah.
They started off basically as a technology company, but today they are beyond just digital technology.
Yeah.
They're doing a whole lot in the farming ecosystem. So it's an exciting thing, and we think our farmers should embrace a lot more technology, be open-minded to use technologies in their farming practices.
Thank you so much for sharing. Thank you so much for sharing. Does anyone want to add to that question, which is how we can exploit technology, opportunities that abound in technology for smallholder farming? Alaji, do you want to say something? Thank you so much.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Good morning.
My name is Mohammed Isiaku. I'm the managing director of Gera Rice Mill. By way of introduction, we presently process 480 ton of paddy per day, meaning that annually we process about 150,000 metric ton. We are on our way to scaling up. Hopefully by the next 4 months, inshallah, we will lead the Nigerian market and sub-Saharan region in rice processing. By that, we will have a capacity to process 1,200 metric ton per day. So,
that's interesting. Yeah. We're doing big things in Nigeria and Africa.
Yeah. So, in a way, really we are conscious that there is an emergency situation across the globe for food insecurity. 10% of the world population is in emergency states as we speak in terms of food shortage.
Absolutely.
And most of this 10% goes around the African continent. And it targets women and children. So consciously we are aware of this information, and in a way we said, okay, in our own small way, what can we do to make sure that, one, there is food security. Not only there is food security, and that's why we are having this conversation, how do we become sustainable in terms of food production? So that at least, without anything, we can be able, as a continent or as a region, be able to feed ourselves. We had experienced what had happened during the COVID-19. It was just by God's grace that, Africa and especially the Nigerian region, you understand, we had a revolution of moving to say, okay, let us even in the least feed ourselves.
Yep.
Otherwise, the story will be different. We had seen what had happened in the other regions of the world, where famine stricken them, whereby you had to even queue to buy bread. We had never seen this situation in Nigeria. And that is because we are able to, as a nation or as a region, be able to now move from where we used to be to say that, okay, in the list, what do we do in the entire ecosystem to be able to make sure that agriculture is the base or the bedrock that now we can all thrive on to make sure that we have a food security. So, now the issue of technology, like my colleague and my colleague said, you can't talk of agriculture without technology. But now the question is, technology, is it that the technology innovations are not available? And to me, the answer is no. We have enough technology innovations. But the question is that adoption, how do we make this technology adaptive to these smallholder farmers. How do we now bring it to them? The tech man sits in his lab, create all the softwares, create all the codes and whatever. But the issue is that how do you deliver this for it to be effective to Madam Larry, to Hajia, for them to understand and now make use of this technology to be able to make sure that at least there is control in these basic areas. One, control water wastage.
Okay.
Because the whole globe is going to go through water shortage. Fresh water is going to go low as we move along the years. So we better make ourselves prepared. How do we ensure that technologies that conserve usage of water when it comes to agriculture?
Yeah.
Now, pest and disease control,
Okay.
which is also another aspect that affects these smallholder farmers. What technology do we develop and now take it to them that ensures this pest control and disease control is effective? Then, post-harvest, my colleague had spoken about that. About 15% is a lot to lose in post-harvest. And that is because the technology is either that there is no real understanding of the technology or there is no effective use of that technology. I would like to make reference to what one of the farmers said. You see, when we talk technology, we have to at times try to break it down to the simplest form. It's not about the apps, it's not about the software, but the understanding of what do we do to move from a position to another position that is better, that makes our lives better. She made mention of something.
Thank you so much. I think it's worthy of clapping. Thank you so much.
ThriveAgric made her understand. She said that initially when they go to the farmland, and spread it. And when the rain comes, they wash the fertilizer, the manure or whatever kind of fertilizer they're applying on the farm. But now Tribe come to teach them that instead of spreading it on the floor of the land farm, on the farmland, dig some holes and put, like as if you are planting the manure or the fertilizer. So that way the fertilizer stays. And that is technology.
Yep. Yeah.
That is technology.
Thank you.
Because in a way, it saves them that cost because they are using their resources, hard-earned resources, to buy the fertilizer that at the end of the day, the rainwater will come and wash it away. So if you are helping them to now conserve that, and that is technology. So my own take is that let us break this action process.
Okay.
Understand, to make it effective such that the common man and the woman in the rural area will understand that this method of doing this thing will improve my productivity, will save my productivity after production to make sure that there is also no wastage post-harvest. And
thank you so much, Alaji. Thank you so much. This is so insightful. You've even already addressed a question I have on the line, which is the fact that we have a lot of technology and connecting it to the smallholder farmers sometimes is the issue. And you already mentioned it. And it's something I would like to get perspective from Mr. Ladiko Lawani. You know, we have a lot of technology out there for the farmers, like he said, software and apps and all. But sometimes, you know, the farmers are not feeling the impact of this. They don't understand the simplified approach to adopt this. So what's your perspective of how to bridge that gap, that connection, so it's real to them and they can apply and get results from it? Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. My name is Ladikbo. I'm the CEO of L&L Foods. We're into food processing and distribution. We distribute in about 18,000 retail stores. You know, so the question around, first of all, I just wanted to say that, in my opinion, that, you know, when you look at African farmers versus the rest of the world, we tend to lag behind significantly, right? A lot of times at least 50% behind. A lot of that gap is due to technology.
Okay.
All right, and as Alaji just said, a lot of times that technology is a range. You have all the way from AI to as simple as a cutlass, because that's a technology. Even something as basic as a kettle, right?
Yeah.
And so I think being able to bridge that gap is critical. But, you know, there's also, you know, Mr. Dantata said something here that resonated with me, which is that, you know, that farmer is losing money. You know, so it's not a productive cycle, right? Ultimately, it's a business. If there's no excess, If year on year you can't save and grow, then you're potentially destroying value. But in the case of agriculture, there's a ripple effect. It spreads to people like myself who process. So if you're giving me quality that is bad and I'm spending more cost, it further trickles down to the consumer, right? But I think, when you look at adopting technology in Africa, one of the biggest constraints we have is that the base is very fragmented. So you have, so it's a challenge of last mile. How do you get to that farmer, but how do you do that profitably? I think at the first level, most people are coming together for self-interest. The farmer wants to make money, the fertilizer company wants to make money, so everybody's what's in it for me. But then obviously there's some people who think about the ecosystem, right?
Yeah.
Which is why we're here. So I think solving that question of profitability, value for the farmer, so we deal with about 4,000 farmers. And as much as you talk to them, they're listening to you and they're thinking, okay, what's in it for me?
Yeah.
I think Thrive does a great job, which is obviously why they've been able to scale, is that they're creating value for the farmer. So one, I think, is solving that last mile need efficiently. That that's where sort of development agencies also come in, because before you can scale it, you need to prove the concept.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, we've been able to do that with things like fertilizer, with seeds. But how do we do more of that? Because there are even more challenges. For instance, today global warming is a big issue. It still rains every other day.
The recent flood that we had.
There's so much global warming, so there's even more and more technology that we need to adopt. And so I think the ability to pilot those solutions quickly, spread those solutions quickly, and make sure that they're profitable. And I think another element that helps, which is where people like Sterling Bank come in, is people willing to put their money where their mouth is. I mean, nobody wants to lose money, but somebody has to step in and take that position. So I think it's a challenge of being able to get it to the last mile, make it make sense for the farmer, make it make sense for all the value chain partners, and ultimately being able to scale it.
Okay. Amazing. Thank you. Yeah, I saw you want to say something. Thank you so much for sharing.
Hello, everyone.
Hello.
Hi. Hi, everyone.
Hi.
Okay, so my name is Dana again. And I just want to add a few things to what they have said, especially around technology adoption. The agri sector is a very peculiar sector. And people need to understand this, that it's not as easy as transferring money from your bank account to another bank. Even though we want to take a cue from what has been happening in financial technology, and there's really, so there are so many people competing in the financial technology space, and they're just innovating upon innovating, and they've moved beyond Web 2 to Web 3 to blockchain. In agric, you cannot come with a software that is not layered on hard work, that is not layered on movement, that is not layered on physical movement of goods from one place to another. And that makes it much more difficult, because you have to carry both the goodie and the gooder along, if there's any word like that. And you find out that most of the time, you have to, when you're doing technology adoption, you have to look at a specific location, just like he said, and you have to do initiatives and programs around specific farmers in those localities and see what they actually need. And the agric sector is almost like a bait. So you, as an agric professional, you have to come equipped with a lot of psychology, technology. In your technology, you have to have psychology, because these farmers are not the kind of people that you can just give something to and allow them to multiply these use cases all around. It's kind of, there are many challenges, and probably most of the panelists will talk on that. But I just wanted to point out that, first of all, there's hard tech, there's soft tech. In the agric sector, app, no, they work. I'm sorry to, just app does not work. It must be layered on traditional methods, and I cannot overemphasize that enough. And again, even when you want to pitch smart farming, and I think some of us who are agripreneurs are very much challenged, because the funding does not go where there's no visibility.
And this is where we are caught up between pitching a platform that we know the farmer is not yet equipped to do, and again, doing the work that is actually going to move the agricultural sector forward. So most of the time, and I say this, and that's why I like Sterling Bank, because they understand the intricacies. And until Nigeria is ready to hear the truth, I think that it would be a struggle adopting real technology. And again, last point, before I drop the mic, is that the farmers are the most educationally less privileged people we have in the country. Yeah. And if you want to teach them, it's not impossible to teach them to use a technology. Because by data, they said that over 80% of Nigerians are using mobile phones. So if they can use WhatsApp, if they can call, they can use the technology. Now, the problem is that, are we ready to, capacity building is where the work is. Are we ready to stay there and teach these farmers what to do? Because when you're saying stay there, insecurity is a major factor. You have to employ, you have to get somebody who, let's say a copper, who understands technology and can be taught, so that the person can teach and sort of allow the technology to assimilate and, concentrate in that area. But this type of things need months, days, and years to even say that you have adopted, that location has adopted technology. Now, do we have the required patient capital to invest in the level of labor that is required to go into these places, establish the businesses, and train the farmers, grow with them till they understand technology? And that's the question even for me till today. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Yeah, please go on. It's a very, very interesting perspective, because it's real talk here, addressing the challenge. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I mean, I like the fact that my co-speaker is giving us a real picture of what farming is. It's not that very, cozy space.
Yeah.
You have to do the hard work.
Yeah.
And in technology, like she said, I mean, it's not something you develop in your fancy office in Ikoyi or Maitama and think that, okay, we'll get it deployed. No, you're dealing with farmers in very far rural communities, sometimes not very accessible.
Yeah.
All right? You're dealing with people that are not, like you said, not very educated. All right? And there are so many of them scattered across. All right? You're dealing with people that are resource poor. So adoption of technology is not a fancy. They are still at the point of basics. How do I grow my rice farm from 2 metric tons per hectare yield to probably 4 or 6? Okay, so we need to do the hard work. A lot of sacrifice has to be made to distribute technology, to make it available, more like at the last mile, to the farmers. Now, what do you do? I mean, like you asked, how do we do this? Because there are lots of technologies that have been developed. Some people have tried this as business, and after 5 years, they close shop. The truth is, from the funders, all right, development organizations, the government, there needs to be a model to be there with the farmers to make sure that they are adopting the technology, using it, and getting results. One exciting thing is what Thrive is doing. Now, the smallholder on his own will not be able to use technology, but if a farm aggregator like Thrive brings together 100,000 farmers, guess what? The technology that the CEO of Thrive has embraced can be disseminated to 100,000 people very easily. Yeah. For example, let me also say the fertilizers they used, the specialty fertilizer for different crops. It's difficult to go to each farmer and say, oh, this, you need not just nitrogen, phosphate, you need zinc, you need magnesium, and this because of this. But you talk to Ayo of Thrive, for example, oh, he likes the idea, it works for him. He can preach that to the people that are under his structure, and they imbibe it. They had wonderful growth. Yeah. That's an aspect. So we need to be there. So if we have so many of these kind of tribes, we can push technology. Yeah. What we have also noticed as OCP is that, there's always a big disconnect between the things we sit in our offices to think about and what's happening in real life on the field. Yeah. So we created a platform called the OCP Farm and Fortune Hub. Okay. It's physical locations in communities that provides all of the services that farmers within that community will want to have. from the real inputs, physical inputs, seeds, agrochemicals, and all of that, to training, a platform for disseminating technologies, to mechanization as well, and everything. So we welcome, today we have about 130 of those units. The goal is to have 250 in the next 2 years. Yeah. Now we welcome different partners to use those platforms to push technology and products and services to the farmers. And guess what? These platforms are not run by OCP. So what we've done to take care of the issues of, okay, who's going to stay in a rural community is we get one of those people within the rural community, a franchise model, to run those places. They run it. All of you, the Sygentas, the Bayer, the OCP, whatever you have, the banks, the financial partners, the training partners, can leverage that platform in those localities to reach the farmers. Amazing. So you find a way to push this. And I mean, this is OCP doing this as a pilot. A lot more organizations need to do this. And like you said, yeah, agriculture in Nigeria still today needs a lot of development financing. Okay. It's not every company that will go and build 250 outlets and you're not running it and give people. Yeah. All right, OCP can afford to do that. Yeah, we've been in business for more than a century. Yeah. All right? But we welcome players in the development world, all right, NGOs, governments, through development finances, to lay the foundation, the platform, such as this, to make agriculture run.
Great, great. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for sharing. I'm really enjoying this conversation because it's real. We're keeping it real. We're not trying to, go at the surface level. And now, having mentioned some of the challenges we have, like you mentioned, Dana, capacity building for the farmers, and also funds, I'd like to know, are there other challenges or roadblocks that you think are affecting adoption of technology at the smallholder farmer level, aside what they've mentioned? So we picture these things and we look to address these things also. So she has mentioned capacity building for the farmers. And of course, she mentioned how we can address that, even though it's still, high up there, Herculean, and getting people to live in the midst of these people. We do it at ThriveAgric. We have our bases in the various locations where we're teaching the farmers, we're training them. You mentioned development funding. We have USAID and other partners. So are there other roadblocks or limitations to adopting this technology, assuming we have this fixed? I'd like to hear. Alaji, do you want to share?
What I want to add to this, to what has been said, is an issue of collaboration.
Okay.
Because for us to succeed in this journey, we need to study the entire ecosystem and have a proper collaboration. Yeah. And I will explain why. Okay. This outgoing season, as a processor of rice, rice is a crop that we have 2 seasons. Yeah. The dry season and the wet season. Normally, the wet season, the productivity tends to be much higher. But we also noticed in the outgoing season that the dry season, what we projected to come out, you understand, the number surpassed our projection. We were thinking that the number could be less, anticipating that the rainy season brings more, but we now saw that the dry season harvest also came, you understand, that means that sector had been scaled up. So now the question is, if we learn from that, the question is, what do we do to make sure that that scale story that we had in the past outgoing season is first of all studied and retained, and now study it further on how we can further scale it. And I will tell you why. Because to me, the dry season tends to be more secured. Because the rainy season, we all notice what happened this season. Because there are climatic conditions that you don't have control over them. A lot of farmland had been washed by the flood. But under dry season farming, you have certain level of control of what you can do. So now we need to have that shift of mindset that has to be also communicated to the smallholder farmer that, see, aside the rainy season activity, we should also focus more on the dry season activity. so that we can scale more on that because we have more control. And to me, technology is just the human intervention of things that can improve processes. Because the rainy season is a climatic condition that you cannot change, you cannot have control over them. I had worked with ThriveAgric in the dry season that passed, and I can tell you, while it was just a normal business, but partnering with them also assisted me. Because they are such an organized entity that is able to collect, and I don't know how they do it.
Yeah.
That's the truth. I don't know how they did it, but they are able to connect to these farmers. And like I said, the volume they delivered had actually surpassed what I projected during the dry season. And that came handy. Because ordinarily, if I had to start scouting for, it will take. So there is need to connect every sect of the ecosystem. For example, let me also cite another example. ThriveAgric supplied me with paddy rice. I have a lab that takes samples and keep data of every truck that brings in paddy. So, but the issue is that ThriveAgric is not coming back to me to collect this data.
Okay.
You understand? Because they also need this data to have a feedback.
Amazing.
Some grains could be longer, could be shorter than what I expected. Some could come with certain level of color that is not favorable to me as a processor. Some could come with impurities, more impurities. If there is that feedback from me, which is organized in a data that, okay, these things, 10 trucks that you bring from Jalingo has these problems, this problem, this one. It's a feedback to ThriveAgric, which will cascade down to the smallholder farmer. And that issue can be corrected.
Amazing.
You understand?
Yeah.
The rice paddy you bring from the axis of, let's say, Zamfara or Kebi is good. The grain length is okay, but it has this issue, this issue, this issue. This data can be collected by ThriveAgric, which can also be cascaded down to this. So if we can now organize this ecosystem and be able to collaborate in a more open way, you understand? Profitability, of course, is the driver. But we are now saying sustainability in terms of food security. So it's everybody's business. Because at the end of the day, profit or no profit, if there is hunger on the land, everyone will fall victim.
Absolutely.
So the system has to be open. You understand? Let us freely collaborate. Yeah, of course, as we collaborate, we will make the monies that we desire to make. But let us also pass information, collaborate, with the sole aim of saying that, okay, how can we scale agriculture in our continent and in our region?
Yeah, thank you so much, Alaji. Thank you. You're already addressing the topic for the next panel, collaboration to make a climate-smart agriculture. And I'm sure we're going to deal incisively with that. Thank you so much. I'd like to mention, I'd like to take 2 or 3 questions from the audience after this question. So get ready to ask your questions. You have burning questions, so just get ready to ask. Thank you. So we've been talking about technology. The question now is, who bears the cost of technology? Because we know technology is expensive. It can be expensive. So from your perspective, I can see Dana already smiling. Who should bear the cost? Is it the government? Is it the private sector? Is it the farmers? You know, all of that. So I'd like to hear.
Hello.
Hi. Okay, that's fine.
Hi. Hello.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah. I think he already alluded to the fact that agriculture today needs a lot of development financing. And I would like to, it depends on how you want to come into the market. A more straightforward approach to look at it is that you have started doing something manually before you are trying to automate it. Because if you come the other way around, chances are that you spend a lot of money and you do so many trials and you don't have an ecosystem to leverage on. So when you're doing that, and whichever way, agriculture is highly capital intensive. So before the banks should fund you anyway, the government should fund you every source of capital that you can lay your hand on. But I would like to say that the banks will not fund you until they see you doing something. So with however little that you can start with, even from your own personal savings, family and friends. However, you can raise capital. There are so many USAID interventions nowadays for young entrepreneurs in the agricultural space. Start from there, leverage on especially all of these interventions, and then scale up from there. I think that with the different interventions and all of that, it can suffer. But that is a major challenge, actually, because I don't want to say it this way, but the truth is, the people ready to finance Africa, most of the venture capitalists and a whole lot of them, do not understand the African context. So for you to do that, you have to be like a pseudo fintech, right? But you know that it's a facade because the structure that you are representing is highly unstructured and very raw as it could get. So if you can get, no matter what, wherever you can pitch to, it depends on the people that are available in your sphere of influence and the people that can listen to you. There's no hard rule to this. That's what I'll say.
Great. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for sharing. Yeah, thank you.
I feel that, yes, the development agencies should fund it, but I'm also not necessarily, I don't believe that's the answer, because if you look at the last 50 years, I'm sure there's a lot of development money that has come in. I personally believe in the entrepreneur that is scrappy, right? The guy who started with, as you said, 200K for execution and, efficiency that person has. And so I guess if you come to that level of the entrepreneur, I think the key is finding the highest point of leverage. Okay. Where can I start to show results? And where can I start to grow an excess? Which is similar to what Thrive has done. That's the only way to scale. It's not going to scale if it's being subsidized. But then I want to make a comment about that entrepreneur, because a lot of times we talk about the smallholder farmers. And what I find is that we need 200 ThriveAgrics. But most of them are not going to be at the level of Thrive. So how do you take them from the level of a one-man business to a level of Thrive? I don't know if there's enough emphasis there. There's also not a lot of capital going to the guy who is doing 20 million a year in turnover, but has the ability to do 2 billion if he's given that kind of risk capital.
That makes sense. I just remembered one of the statements I heard from Mr. Akin, good he's here, from OCP. And he said to me, we are not competing in this sector because the ecosystem is larger than life. I mean, it's larger than anybody. I mean, it's just alluding to what Alhaji said about collaborating. Yeah. There's so much to do, and by the time you are focused on one particular part of the ecosystem, you find out that you're dropping the ball somewhere else, and somebody else could catch up from there. So for young people, there are so many opportunities that you can leverage. You don't even need to come in with as much capital. Just come with your thinking cap and work with like a ThriveAgric or any other company that you find interesting enough. And then we can all grow together. I was just adding.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for sharing. Do you have any question from the audience before I ask my last question? Any question? Okay, great. Please, can we get the mic to him? Thank you so much. It's been an interesting session.
So my name is John Daudu. I'm from Mexico. I think we're going into a partnership with ThriveAgric for the next season. I am working under a Feed the Future from VT. Sorry, I have a cold. My own question will be, I know that the development sector has invested a lot, and I'm with my manager here who is controlling a $6 million investment for innovation in the agric sector. And we've put a lot of money into the agric sector with considerable gain. So my question would be, how effective can we engage from the development sector in and I see AgriArch. We are already in partnership with AgriArch. So how can we truly engage in a way that private sector is doing much more than, like you said. And what we are doing is just the minimal, so that it's not that, because we see a lot of farmers or smallholder farmers moving away from trying to make agric a business for them to just now wanting to just cash on the money we bring us from the development sector. How can that be transformed? That it now, what we come in with is just, it doesn't mess up the whole, business space that is supposed to thrive with all the collaboration happening in it. Because I know that even we work in the Northeast, we are big in the Northeast, and most of the Northeast is people wanting just money, that your money as development sector, and then when they get it, when you go back, you see that they didn't do much with it, and then they are still at the same level year in, year out. What can be done to change that narrative so that the development sector's money is not just seen as, well, let's get it, let's cash out with it, and that's all.
Just say something before you go on. I really understand what he's saying, because at ThriveAgric, we've intentionally, in fact, we have a process we're recruiting our farmer psychometric testing to be sure, in fact, the history, the credit worthiness of these guys, we have different structures to make sure whoever we're giving this money to or whoever this loan is going to pay back, and is somebody's vouching from the community. And we do the psychometric testing just to ensure we're able to, close out this gap. But the truth is, we're human beings, and they will always devise a way to beat the system. Not our farmers here, because our farmers here are amazing. That's why they are here, of course. Okay, so I'd like to hear from the panelists. Thank you.
Yeah, so I'll just add a little more to what you've said. I remember having a conversation with Ayo like way back when he was explaining the ThriveAgric business model to me, and I kept telling him it was not going to work. But then we kept discussing at length, and he mentioned like a group guarantee that they do for the farmers. And right there, I said, you're going to make it. Because his question is, how would they make sure that the development money is not just a cash out money, rather? So what Thrive are doing is, okay, farmers come in group, let's say 5, and each one of them have to guarantee each other. So if allergy defaults, we all have to pitch in and pay for allergy. So we're not going to get in a group with a farmer that we know he's not serious or not up to the task. And that's a fantastic model, and I believe it can be replicated and more can be done to it.
Great, thank you. Okay, great.
All right, so I'll add that for development financing going to agriculture, so the focus should be more about the history of the organizations you've been working with, and not just any new person comes on the block and you throw money at them. I'm excited to see like Thrive. They've been in this business way beyond before they started attracting development funds.
Absolutely.
So you've shown track record. You've shown a business model that works.
It works.
Whatever financing you're attracting is just to accelerate and expand other aspects, scale your business, all right? And so that's sustainable, all right? So we should avoid just funding probably some ideas that probably the promoter has not tested at all. Yeah. And these are the kind of things that you get and you shout, oh, sorry, you are losing money here and all of that. Okay? And also, what are you funding? It's key. And I'm excited today that the development world has started funding things that are more like value creating within the value chain. All right? I've been in agriculture for way back. And I remember when we used to talk about things with many other development partners. I don't think Trade Hub is one of them. Mostly, it's all about, training. We want to train farmers. All right? We want to train farmers. Yeah, it's good. You want to train. I mean, even other aspects that will guarantee the productivity were not touched. We don't want to give any guarantees, loan guarantee or this, that. We want to train farmers. And I'm like, guys, if we just keep training these farmers, they would have been PhD holders by now. And you've been training them for years. We're still getting 1.5 metric tons. What's happening? All right? So I'm excited that an organization like Trade Hub is is funding the real thing, the reproduction now, all right? And that's why we're seeing significant improvements in agriculture, I'll say. I mean, I've been in this space for decades, and it's not that I can say that we are really having agriculture. For Gerewa to be able to have that kind of metric ton of paddy to transform to rice is testimony to the fact that we're really producing now. We never had access to this before. If you're trying to build all these plants, you will just have plants. Capacity utilization may not be up to 10%, because you don't get the raw material. So today we have a lot of people on farms. Development funding is going there. Yes, you may say it's not the best model financial, but listen, guys. At this point of African life, it's not about what financial model is working. It's about how do we sustain humans? How do we create food for people to sustain, start thinking to do bigger things? So yeah, you still need that development financing. It has to, because the platform has never been created. You're talking of Nigeria alone, 200 million, Africa 1.4 or 1.5 billion people. So we still need a lot of development finance to bring people to the point where we can start putting a lot of other models. Structures, all right?
Amazing. Thank you so much. You're going to say something. Thank you. Yeah, thank you. So sorry.
I just wanted to add a comment that I think who gets the money is important, right? There is a lot of, let's give, all this like smallholder farmers, and that's great. But I think out of maybe every 1,000 smallholder farmers, you have one person that is high potential. And I think those high potential people get sort of lost in the crowd. So if we take a note from Silicon Valley, they only want to focus on the 1% and give them that extra, care, which is why I think today you are seeing progress in agric, because you have VC coming in and again discriminating and focusing on people that have high potential. So how do you go from 1 hectare to owning a rice mill to becoming as big as you can? I think from those same farmers, from those same entrepreneurs, how do we identify high potential and nurture that? Yeah.
Amazing. Okay, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Great. Okay, I think that will be the last question, so we can wrap up with this session. We have another interesting session, so we'll just take that and we'll have the last question. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.
Good afternoon.
My name is Tijani Abdelmomene. Please, my question is just direct. Thank you. Despite the fact that we have a lot of improvement in agriculture, but why is it today we are experiencing incessant increase in our homegrown rice or some of the grains today in this country? Because if you compare it to that of the foreign rice, you will see that our own is even more higher, despite the fact that the foreign rice is high because of the level of corruption in the process of transportation down to Nigeria here. And we have a lot of rice producers here seated with us discussing. Thank you so much, and God bless you.
Thank you so much. Do you okay, just add to the question and we'll just have that.
All right. My name is Elvis. Mine is not a question. I just wanted to just make us think in a different light. Mr. Usman, the soft-spoken Usman, talked about 90% of farming is basically planning and logistics. Now, if I go with that, I recall that Mr. Alika also said the same thing. He talked about logistics challenges for women in the rural areas as regards moving of goods from one point and the fact that they don't drive bikes and all of that. Now, that got me thinking. This happens very regularly. A few days ago, on my way home, I realized that I saw about so many bikes being crushed by a federal agency, I think the VIO, the road safety, crushed into, they were crushing bikes. Now, I'm thinking that if ThriveAgric and maybe Sterling Bank can approach the VIO, the federal road safety, and say, okay, guys, instead of crushing these bikes, can we have these bikes as your contribution towards upscaling agriculture in Nigeria? Let's have these bikes, and let's take these bikes over to the rural areas and give it for free. At least it won't cost you nothing. Seriously, I'm telling you, if Sterling Bank does that and Thrive, it gives it a very strong front, and they would come, they would fall for it. And this would be, it would be better than crushing these bikes into metals that are useless to us. Thank you.
Thank you so much for sharing that perspective. Thank you so much. I think you're trying to avoid waste, okay, but there are policies. But let's talk about the rice cost and all.
Okay, if I get him right, I think he's trying to compare the cost of imported rice and the local rice. And I can say that there is way much difference.
Okay.
All of us here are buyers of rice. We know what the foreign rice costs, and we know what the local rice costs. And I can also clearly say that if you are having access to foreign rice, that means you are buying smuggled items in Nigeria, which is also illegal. So, really, what I tell people, because we are talking of sustainability, how do we become sustainable and continue to produce local rice and for it to now go around the country or the continent? The first question I ask now, with our present situation in Nigeria, if you have to import rice from abroad, at what cost? What is the cost of dollar today? Maybe 700 naira. So at what cost will be your landing cost in Nigeria? If the truth be told, it will come at a cost not less than maybe 42 or 43,000 naira. As of today, I sell ex-factory 31,500 naira. So that gap of maybe 10,000, 11,000 or 12,000 naira is huge. Maybe you can buy your half bag of maize. I don't know, this is the maize, man. Which is the next staple food, which is the first staple food that you understand we all. But you see, above that, let's also think, I keep saying that the whole idea is for us to be self-sustained. I had related the story of the COVID-19. You understand? If we are not producing, if we had to rely on Thailand or India, God knows what will have happened during the COVID-19 lockdown. And this industry, don't think that, okay, you get rice down to your table. And I can tell you the quality of rice we produce, he's new into the industry, is way better than what we get imported in terms of quality.
I think we should clap.
And it can compete worldwide.
Yeah.
In fact, at the risk of some saying something, but let me also mention, some international communities had been on our neck trying to see how we can partner with them for us to start exporting rice to their countries as we speak today. But my answer because this is like the third time they are coming to us. But I keep telling them that, see, we are still struggling with our local suppliers, we are still struggling with our local consumers. Let's get to a level. Then we can now start thinking of exports. They went to the extent of saying that, okay, can we now export to a nearby African country, maybe a Cameroon, a Niger, or a Chad? From there, then another export will take place. That tells you the risk at which the world is foreseeing issue of insecurity of food. And as of today, some countries like India have a ban of export of rice from the country. So even if you go out looking for Indian rice, I'm not sure you get it. So why we should focus our mind is that let's see how, as a country, as a community, you understand, collaborate all of us to see how do we crash the price of rice. And it can come from, you see me selling that, okay, I'm selling it at 31,000, you think it's expensive. Then I will now point my finger at the ThriveAgric that is selling the paddy to me at 300,000 naira per ton, per metric ton. ThriveAgric will say that, but that's what the farmer is. Because the farmer also had to battle with issue of diesel, and that's why we're having this discussion. If the smallholder farmer, instead of using petrol to pump their water pump for irrigation, they can use some solar panel that can last for 20 years to do the same thing. That means the operational cost of watering that land had already been eradicated.
Yeah,
let's talk around that discussion.
Yeah.
Then cost of logistics. And by the time they harvest, they lose about 15%. What do we do to make sure that that 15% is saved? And that will now crash the price of rice from the farm. Then cost of logistics. Today, we began the season, I think the cost of diesel per liter was just about around 350. Today, it's 850, 900. That's about 300% increase. And from where we started, we used to sell at 26,000, 26,000. We haven't yet gotten to 200% or 100% increase. So that means we are still within level. We need to check those little areas, and I'm sure that's why we're having all this conversation.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you so much for sharing that. Alhaji, with what you shared, it goes to say that the agri sector has room for other collaborations. So the solar sector, because even at ThriveAgric, we have some value-added services that we're offering to our farmers, solar-powered, rural electrification, project. So there's opportunity for a lot of players to get into this space. So we're able to crash the cost of production and crash the cost of the things that's the agri produce. So this is a call to everyone to come play in this sector. Thank you. You're going to say something.
Yeah, so I want to say, crashing the cost of production is fine. We need to do that. But I think beyond that, what we need to also focus on is how, within that cost, how do we increase the productivity?
Okay.
And which is the key. If we can, that's why we're here. We're talking about leverage technology and all of that. Yeah. We will remain more expensive than the Thailand people, should be told. If in all of the gamut of activities that we do, we are yielding 2 metric tons per hectare. But imagine you're spending 500,000 naira for a hectare of farmland. And instead of 2 metric tons, because of adoption of different kinds of technology, you yield 4 metric tons. Yeah. What has happened? What you've gotten 2 times, all right? So meaning you can actually maybe crash price by half. So productivity is the key. As much as we stay on this level of agriculture, which we've stayed for too long, we will not be able to compete with those people. So they'll be more cheaper. But should we just say, because we've lost that battle, let's be feeding from them? No. At some point, you have to bite the bullet. You have to take the pain. And I'm very happy that Nigeria today, we should be patriotic enough to know that we have to take that pain to accelerate our own agricultural production so that someday we'll get to the level where the pricing will be at par, or the cost, will be at par. Understand? And this is the pay we have to bear. I'm very happy that in Nigeria today, at least, we're eating more of local rice. It may cost me a bit, but being a Nigerian, I know that that price I'm paying, some person in that village is getting a job. The child is going to school. I'm excited about it. That's what we should be excited about as Nigerians. Otherwise, we will never catch up. We'll be eternally dependent on these people and be slaves to them, even for food.
Amazing. Thank you so much for sharing. It gives me so much joy to see made in Kano, Shalawa. When I look at the rice, I'm like, oh, nice. There's some rice, a bag of rice you see, and you see where it's made. I'm like, wow, I'm so proud of this Nigerian product. So we should really patronize our produce. Thank you. So please, you were going to say something?
I said literally everything I want to say. But truth be told, right, just with the last question the guy asked, and then adding the other question on rice, there are still people who do not understand what we are trying to achieve as a nation. And I don't want to use the name enemy of progress, but it's the enemy of the economy, because I feel that the processors are fighting a lot of challenges today around diesel prices that are not funny. So as much as they want to reduce prices to be competitive enough in the market, all of these other factors of production are not yet there. And Nigerians need to be more patient that this life, there's a means to an end. We have, the federal government has tried to put in policies that encourage local production. And if you look at the numbers have been quite encouraging. If not for the flood and the other challenges around insecurity, by this year, Nigeria was projected to be highly rice sufficient in itself. So now all of these challenges have moved us back. But then are we trying to say that the model did not work? We know that it worked. We all need to just encourage this, the platform and the policy that the federal government has placed, and then encourage them, buy the locally made rice, and you'll be happy with yourself. In fact, the foreign made rice products look a bit funny right now. The designs are a bit funny and they are abstract, and you can spot them when you look at them. So for us, I think we can encourage the processors. And again, talking about the question that guy asked, I think it's quite intelligent, and maybe we'll digress a little bit more into the collaborative discussion. But I just wanted to say that, most entrepreneurs, and this is not only specific to agriculture, are alone in what they are doing. So in terms of collaboration from the government, we have to see ourselves first as the government and form parallel structures to replicate what the government is supposed to do. That's, we'll do it as our power reach. Then whenever we stop, and I like what the development organizations are doing, wherever we stop, if the government sees it as something that is interesting enough for them to collaborate with us, because we can't wait for the government. It will take 5-10 years, and some of us would have, gone to focus on other things like childbearing and the other. I'm just saying, but I mean, we have to pull up our sleeves, do something. I mean, today there's renewable energy. I looked at it and I thought that the logistics sector was the one that would not be as climate smart as fast as possible. But today people are using cow poop to fuel trucks to move from end to end. So, and then you talk about livestock. What are they using their waste for? They can collaborate with the logistics sector to do this, and then that crashes down cost of production, that crashes down the cost of food in the market, and then we'll be much more competitive with the foreign organization. We just need to collaborate. We just need to know our different strengths and then help each other, develop each other's strengths. And the private sector is the answer, honestly, for today. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for sharing. So I'll wrap up this session with a question. Do you think Nigeria and Africa were ready to, We're ready to leverage technology to feed the future? And what I'm asking is because today, if you look at the participation of women in agriculture, as you can see around this table, that's why I was so glad to have Dana here, and a number of other factors, immigration, the whole Jackpa bug around. Do you think we're ready? It could be a yes, it could be a no, but I would like to know your thoughts and why you think so. Do you think we're ready? Would you say we're ready to actually leverage technology to feed the future?
Absolutely, absolutely.
Okay.
We are. I mean, the bug is catching up very quickly.
Okay.
A lot of people are deploying technologies, and I appreciate it. I've been opportunity to try. In the past maybe 5 years, travel around this country to see the level of agriculture, real farming, and the technology deployment. It will amaze you. So the thing is that a lot of Nigerians will stay in the comfort of our cities. And we don't understand that a lot is going on in the rural communities. If you bother to just take a road trip around, meet farmers, see their level of awareness about what's happening in the world. I took a trip. I mean, then greenhouse used to be sounding like a foreign thing, probably 10, 15 years ago. Mm-hmm. I took a trip to Kaduna, and on the way, so many greenhouses are everywhere.
Wow.
There are so many. It's not a big deal anymore. Anybody in the village has it now. So the thing is that we stay in the cities, things that nobody's doing anything. We complain, we go on social media, we blast everything. The guys that are there in the villages are doing things wonderful and living a comfortable life. Yes, people are embracing technology in different facets. And I think I'm very thankful for the mobile technology and the rest that gives visibility to our rural communities of things that are happening in the bigger world. So they see these things, their minds are made up that, okay, we are not living the best of life or experience. We can do better. So you take any new technology to them, they are very excited to embrace it now. So I think, we're very ready. A lot is happening, and I will encourage those of us in our fancy cities to go back, do things in your communities. There are villages that are not too far away from Abuja. I'm sure if you drive probably less than an hour, you get to see access to big land. Go there, spend some of this money to do 1 hectare at least, 2 hectares of farmland, which you can afford. All right? And it just adds to the whole difference of food security for our country.
Thank you so much.
I would like to say that. I would like to say that now is the time if we have to move. And Africa is much more ready. 10 years ago, we didn't have as much leverage that we have now. We didn't have as much concentration on the agricultural sector that we have now. We didn't have as many people using mobile phones as we have now in the rural areas. So if a farmer can make a call, he can do something. But then, like I said earlier, we all have to identify our strengths. There are people who are good on ground. Can we spot that guy who is a very an operationally organized person and map that person to a technologically inclined person who is ready to understand the operational limitations and provide technologies that these rural farmers can use. Because technology, if it is not making the processes efficient enough for them to make money and to see immediate value, is going to be frustrated. So I think that this is the time. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. It's been an amazing session. Please, we have gifts. Can we get the gifts over? Fast, please. Thank you so much. It's been an amazing session. And I hope it was insightful. Let me just get
Absolutely.
some... Absolutely.
Absolutely. Please, ladies and gentlemen, first of all, please put your hands together for my moderator, Favor Eze, Mr. Caleb, Mr. Usman, Alhaji, the beautiful lady, Ladikbo. You are not clapping the way you should clap. I don't know. I didn't expect the panel conversation to be as interesting as it was. So thank you. It was beautiful listening to you. Yeah. Yes, I agree with the speaker over there, the soft-spoken Usman. I mean, you carry fire and we love to hear it. Thank you. And then for the lady on the panel, I'm so glad you didn't disappoint us. You came here, you sat down, and she was talking like 10 people. Did you get what I was getting? Thank you for being very real. We appreciate you. So we'd like to have the Vice President Operations, Mr. Oshone, please come forward. He will make the presentations. Please appreciate my panelists. He would make those presentations. We have some gift items for you. And then we will take some pictures together. And we will continue with the program. One more time. Yeah, please. Thank you.
Start with the lady. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Please don't go. Don't go. We'd like to take a picture together. My moderator, Mr. Oshone, and all of our panelists would like to take a picture. Thank you for making yourselves available, for being very insightful, for causing us to understand exactly what it is that we are in for. And just as Dr. Olusola said earlier, it has to be all hands on deck. We get where we need to be here in Nigeria and at large in Africa. So let's take that. Can I join this? I'd like to put it in my CV. Let me stand next to my favorite speaker. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Please, a round of applause as our panelists go back to their seats. Awesome. We had such a wonderful time. I want to also appreciate participants and other stakeholders in the house that went ahead to ask questions. We are glad to know that you are listening. And if, of course, you're connecting with us online, you're following, please go ahead. You have a question, you could make your comments, and as soon as we can, we would also respond to that. Before we take the next panel, Clever is going to tell us exactly what we have to do. If you would do me the honor, go ahead and look through your program. You would see that we are doing our best to keep to time. I think the MCs deserve a round of applause. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. For a split second, I wondered who the MCs were, but oh well. That was such an amazing session. I don't know about you. I absolutely enjoyed it. Can we have another round of applause? It was really, really revealing, very informative, right? And I think it's wonderful to see that through the challenges that we're having, we're being innovative to find solutions to solve these challenges. So yeah, there's so much more to do. So initially, at the start of the program, we were supposed to have a keynote speech by Robert Wheeler, the chief of party, USAID-funded West Africa Trade and Investment Hub. But that couldn't happen. And so we're going to have that now before we launch into the next segment of this program. Technical team, are we good? Are we ready? Yes? Do I slide off or what? No? Oh, don't do this anymore.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, including our esteemed government representatives, investors, financiers, climate change champions, and members of the press. It is a great pleasure to be part of the 2022 ThriveAgric Stakeholders Conference. I'm particularly excited about the theme of this year's conference, leveraging technology to sustainably scale agriculture, smallholder farmers in perspective. It directly connects to the objectives of the USAID West Africa Trade and Investment Hub and highlights many of the key areas for several Trade Hub co-investment projects. As you may know, the Trade Hub is a 5-year trade and investment facilitation activity to improve private sector competitiveness across the West African region. Our mission is to work with the private sector, fostering co-investments for projects that will generate new private sector capital investment in key sectors, while these companies carry out efforts that will improve food security, build climate change resilience, boost employment for and improve the livelihoods of women and youth, foster agribusiness competitiveness and productivity, and bolster regional and international trade. Since 2019, we have been awarding co-investment grants to private sector companies with catalytic business concepts across the region. As of today, the USAID-funded Trade Hub has awarded a total of $81 million in grants to 91 co-investment partners in West Africa. In Nigeria, we have awarded grants to 32 private sector companies, including ThriveAgric, which was awarded a $1.8 million co-investment grant to support its goal to boost food security in Nigeria through technology-driven agricultural services. ThriveAgric, through the partnership, supports smallholder investments to increase and facilitate the production and domestic trade of commodities, including maize, soybeans, and paddy rice. ThriveAgric is one of our high-performing partners. I am proud to share that ThriveAgric continually exceeds its targets. It had an overall target to enroll 50,000 smallholder farmers and leverage $10 million of private investment. However, to date, ThriveAgric has supported over 53,000 smallholder farmers, 10% of whom are women and 34% are youth. They've also been able to leverage $20.9 million for investments, twice what we expected, in agricultural inputs, insurance, and requisite services for these farmers. Through this great collaboration with ThriveAgric, farmers have produced over 90,000 metric tons of maize and rice, and ThriveAgric has aggregated nearly 22,000 metric tons of that, which netted $11.8 million. ThriveAgric has learned useful lessons on farmers' engagement, integration of technologies, and women and youth inclusion for scaling up within and outside Nigeria beyond the co-investment period, which ends in a few months from now. While we are here together, let's learn, discuss, and share forward-thinking ideas that will continue to foster technology-driven agricultural practices in Nigeria and inspire change that is geared towards improving food security. I want to seize this opportunity to emphasize that ThriveAgric's innovative work is, as indicated through the results that have been achieved to date, not only successful, and effective, but motivating and instructive. As the Trade Hub continues to be directly invested through our partnership and support, we are happy to see the company's contribution to Nigeria's food security and are excited about the future as ThriveAgric continues to leverage its forward-thinking strategies and technology. I am eager to learn from the exciting topics lined up for the rest of the day, and I hope you are as well. Thank you.
Right. Thank you. That was a good one. If you thought that the panel section that you listened to a few minutes ago was good, it's about to get better. This is because I know for sure that my moderator is a very, very intentional, deliberate, consistent person. Another beautiful female, and I have the pleasure of welcoming Samira Bello. Please put your hands together as she will come up and lead the panel on the topic, utilizing collaborations to advance climate-smart agriculture. You stopped clapping, I don't understand why. Samira, I look forward to working with you again and again. You're amazing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. And I want to start by saying thank you all for being amazing today, for listening and also attending. So thank you very much. And to our partners that travel from wide, thank you very much for coming. We'll be hosting the second panel session. And the topic, like she said, is utilizing collaborations to advance climate-smart agriculture. Our panelists are Ms. Naona Efe. Sorry in advance if I spoil your name. Sorry. Please come on stage. She is the CEO, Nigeria, Kenya, for Fadila Crop Science Limited. Thank you very much. Yes, anyway. The next person is Professor Damian Chukwendu, the Public-Private Partnership Manager for our lovely partner, USAID-funded West Africa Trade and Investment Hub. You're welcome, sir. The next person is Dr. Fatuna Ayola Paul, our humble partner, the Senior Associate Director, Head, Regional Technical Services, Agric and Micro Scheme Specialist, Leadway Assurance Company Limited. The next person is Ms. Oluwadara Adekunle, the Deputy Chief of Party, USAID, Feed the Future Nigeria Agri-Business Investment Activity. The youngest female Deputy Chief of Party. I'm really proud of you. And the next person, the last person on the panelist is Mr. Okolo Samson Ayagba, the Sales and Marketing Manager, Value Seeds Nigeria. Sincere apologies for that. Thank you so much for honoring our invitation, and thank you so much for being on the panelists. My first question will be tied to the topic and also to introduce yourself, because I will not be doing justice if I introduce you. So I will say everybody should try to introduce themselves. So please introduce yourself and tell us how your organization is currently ensuring it practices climate-smart agriculture, or what you understand by climate-smart agriculture if your company is currently not doing climate-smart agriculture. Thank you very much.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. I think this is after. Yes, good afternoon, everyone. And first of all, I deliberately sat on this chair because I want the spirit of Mrs. Mayaki. Where is she? I want that spirit to envelope me as I deliver my talk. So it's such a pleasure to be here. And when they invited me, I didn't hesitate to say, of course, I want to be on this panel. My name is Nona Osoro. Yes, you bastardized my name. My name is Nona Osoro, and I work with Fadila Crop Sciences. We're in Nigeria and Kenya. We're an inputs company, so we multiply seeds, and we're a startup. We're in the process of registering some of our CPPs. For me, I think climate smart agriculture, there's no one definition. It's just it's a multitude of integrated practices with the sole purpose, or with the purposes of not only reducing carbon emissions, but where it can also help to sequester carbon, and at the same time ensuring enhanced productivity for farmers and for investors. And one of the ways that we are doing that, it's funny because agriculture is collaboration, and if you're in this space, you can't do everything by yourself. You need to collaborate with other companies. In fact, my company and Thrive, we recently just concluded a demo for a biostimulant that we've partnered with. So that's just one example. We also have another company that we are partnering with that is going to be providing solar-powered irrigation for our seed multiplication plots in Adamawa and in Taraba states. That's where collaboration comes in. But going back to the definition or the explanation of what climate smart agriculture is to us, I think as a people, we need to define it for ourselves. In preparation for this, I went on Wikipedia to look at the definition. And like I said, there's no one definition. It's just practices that you adopt and practice that help to not only reduce carbon, but sequester. And one of the ways that we can do that is in land preparation. And we can't do that by ourselves. So I wish you had invited the chairman of TOFAN, the tractor operators, so that he can tell us how do we prepare our land, that doesn't affect the environment. Yeah.
Thank you. No.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. I'm Okolo Samson. I'm representing Value Seeds Limited, an indigenous seed company. Over the years, Value Seeds, we keep striving to improve, especially when it comes to technology. In Nigeria, we are able to get some awards by our strive to encourage innovation in the seed system. We are growing, we're indigenous, and we keep learning from the multinationals that have been here and those who are no longer in Nigeria. And we have been able to tap into some of these processes to ensure that we begin to provide climate smart varieties for our farmers. As you know, we are like part of the foundation, and definitely lots of farmers depend on the seed as a solution to what they are looking for. Solution to tackle the food insecurity is all about improved varieties and the necessary good agronomic practices. Over the years, we've collaborated with lots of organizations. I will mention just a few. We currently have and are still collaborating with AGRA, Alliance for a Green Revolution in Africa, working to see how our subsidiary, the Value Basic, under the Value Seeds, which is totally a research and development subsidiary of Value Seeds, to develop varieties. And successfully, we are able to release 3 varieties this year, indigenous, for maize seeds, good yield, nitrogen tolerant, drought tolerant varieties. And this is because we are trying to see how we'll bring solutions to areas that need these varieties, like the Northeast, where we have short rainfalls, even the vast Northwest, where some land will not be able to talk about the strength based on nutrient issues. So these varieties are nitrogen tolerant. We are also the first in West Africa to have the PETCOS automated seed cleaning machine in collaboration with PETCOS Germany. This is because we have been able to see, in comparison with what the multinationals are doing, when it has to do with the quality of seeds they push to the market. Trying to meet up and to bridge that gap, we became the first in West Africa to have that installed, and we are using that for processing currently. We are also working with the GIZ for training, capacity building, focus on the use of technology, especially when it has to do with the smallholder farmers. We don't just provide the seeds and the inputs, we also see how we go in to guide and teach the farmers on how to use them, the necessary combinations of the inputs that will be able to provide the yield potential that we always state on our seed catalogs. And currently, we are the only one still promoting the value kits technology, which is a pack that is all input inclusive in one for the smallholder farmer. That is sufficient for the cultivation of a hectare of land, from land preparation to storage. You have all the inputs that are top-notch quality. This is because we are trying to see how we will reduce vulnerability of smallholder farmers to fake and inputs that are not efficient or that will be harmful to the soil and to their health. So we are doing a lot, and I believe we'll have the time to talk more. Thank you.
Hello? Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Fatono Ayola Paul. I'm the head regional technical services, agri and micro scheme specialist for Leadway Assurance Company Limited. What we do is that we are all aware of the impact of climate change across what we do as agricultural producers. So on the basis of that, we are agricultural insurance service providers to investors that are participating in the entire agricultural value chain, be it upstream, downstream, or midstream. That is basically what we do. And we provide these services for financiers. We are partner with Sterling Bank. We equally provide this service for producers, like and aggregators. ThriveAgric, for one, is one of our, in fact, ThriveAgric is our biggest partner. I know we equally produce the same service for value seeds. So if you are an investor across the entire value chain, we develop and deploy bespoke insurance solutions that will mitigate the risk across the entire value chain. We all know that for the production side, that is where you have the greatest risks. And one of the basic principles of climate smart agriculture is that you have to try as much as possible to mitigate. If you are in the production line, mitigation is one of the best tools for you to be able to take care of the impact of what? Climate change. So as a result of that, you need to, in most cases, have these agricultural service, insurance services products that will assist you. We really love the operating business model of ThriveAgric. What they do is that from end to end, ThriveAgric have gone ahead to analyze the risks that will go ahead and have a negative impact on what they do, especially for the production chain, for the production value chain. And they have put in systems of mitigation. Insurance is one of them. For every of those 400,000 farmers that are onboarded by ThriveAgric, each one of them, ThriveAgric makes sure that insurance is provided for them. Just in case, when the pools have been deployed, the finance have been deployed, suddenly there is something that has to do with climate that is beyond their control. Insurance company comes in to pay. So that is that service that we provide. For me, climate smart agriculture is pretty simple. I want to make it simple. How do you go ahead and produce more, even with the impact of climate change? How do you go and produce more? In view of all the integrated services that are involved, what do you do to mitigate the impact of climate change and still to be able to produce more? Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Damian Chikwendo. I work with West Africa Trade and Investment Hub. West Africa Trade and Investment Hub is funding the activities of ThriveAgric that has brought us here today, the project that brought us here today. And if you look at the objectives of West Africa Trade and Investment Hub, the first one is to promote increase in productivity and profitability. The second one talks about promoting market linkages. And the third one, promoting investment. Now, when you compare this with the three pillars of climate smart agriculture, you look at them, the first one, the first pillar is promoting productivity and profitability. The second one is promoting resilience and adaptation to climate change. And the third one is, it talks about getting adapted with this thing, reducing emission, greenhouse emission where possible. So, the objectives of Trade Hub goes along with the three pillars of climate smart agriculture. And further to that, before any grant is awarded, there is a form called environmental review form that every grantee completes. Our environmental compliance specialists, they look at all the activities that the applicants are proposing and see if there is anyone that is going to contribute to increasing climate change. If there is any of such, then mitigation measures must be provided or even those activities removed. I'm sure ThriveAgric completed that form and they are following it. So that is what we do. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Oluwadara Adekunle. And let me say I'm sitting by my brother because we both work on a USAID-funded activity. The name of my project is USAID Feed the Future Nigeria Agribusiness Investment Activity, and I work as the Deputy Chief of Party. For me, I would say climate smart agriculture is being intentional about being environmentally compliant. And that's because in everything that we do in supporting agribusinesses to access finance and investment, we want to ensure that they are doing it in a way that it affects the environment in a positive way, and they're able to attract the kind of funding that they require. So before the West Africa Trade Hub came up, our activity started in December 2018, and we worked with ThriveAgric at the early stages to ensure that they are attractive to financial institutions, or more attractive, and also attractive to my brother here in the Trade Hub project. And we're happy to see that from 2018 till now, we can see the growth ThriveAgric has achieved in their business operations, which is really what we want to see. And as we speak further in the spirit of collaboration, that's what USAID as a donor wants to see. I'm sure there are other USAID-funded activities represented here. Because we cannot keep reinventing the wheel and we can't be duplicating efforts, our project, my project, is focused on mainly improving the performance of these agribusiness SMEs to attract finance and investment, be it debt or equity, by providing technical assistance. So we don't have a grant, and all we've been doing is to ensure that the business is attractive to grantees and also investors as well as financial institutions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Amazing panelists, by the way. So we've all talked about, and that's why I started with that question, what is your organization doing in respect to climate change? And you guys are doing amazing well. And ThriveAgric, like they all said, we are doing amazing well, because we know climate change is really a big issue that affects everybody and the world at large. Now my question, I would ask my question to Fadila Corporate Science and Value Seeds. And then next question will go to the next panelist. This particular question is, how do you describe the current agricultural activities in Nigeria with respect to being climate smart? In that aspect, what are the specific practices that should be done? So currently, what are we doing in Africa, in Nigeria to specific, and then what should be done? Are we doing enough? Are we not doing enough?
I love that question. But before I start, I just want to say, Professor Chikwendu mentioned an ERF form, and that form is not a joke. When I was in Alluvial, I spent nights and sometimes in tears trying to fill that form, but he was a very good guide. Like I said, I love the question because climate smart agriculture came as a result of increased climate change impacts, right? And we need to realize that in Africa, we only contribute, and this is across all sectors, contribute to less than 4% of greenhouse gas emissions. That's number one. China is 20-something, followed by America and the European Union. So, and this is all of Africa, 4%. And yet we are more impacted by the effects of climate change. And because we produce only 4% and we are highly vulnerable to climate change, we should be receiving, in my opinion, majority of the funding that is available for mitigation and adaptation. And yet, we only, sorry, I wrote a figure because I wanted to drive this point. We only received 14% of the total fund that is available to mitigate and adapt. And my question is, yes, we need to now begin to develop sustainable agricultural practices. But is that really a problem? Are we really there yet? I think our focus should be on improving efficiency, improving our soil health for increased productivity, and like I said, determining the practices that fall under climate smart agriculture. And for me, number one is preventing post-harvest losses. There's no point in us talking about increased productivity when at the end of the day, the farmer loses 20% of his produce, or by the time they transport tomatoes or fresh vegetables from the north to the south, 50% is lost. For me, that falls under climate smart agriculture. And that's where collaboration comes in, because it's not I can solve it, Fadila can solve it, Alluvial can solve it, Thrive can solve it. It's a consolidated effort. And it has a lot to do with government providing the infrastructure. It has a lot to do with advocating for policies, especially with regards to us accessing climate funds. It's interesting that the previous panel brought up development financing. I have no problem with development financing, but I think it can be better structured in the sense that it can stimulate commercial finance by de-risking loans, and through de-risking loans and insurance, it can be also directed at building capacities, because we need to build our capacities, not just knowledge, attitude, skills, and practice, but also going down to the last mile and improving the skills of smallholder farmers. So it's a holistic kind of smallholder practice. How can Alluvial, Fadila, Thrive, and other companies that do what we do, working directly with smallholder farmers, how can we access these funds that are available? How can the banking industry access these funds that are available for de-risking loans and acting as first loss guarantee? So I think for me, these are the areas we should begin to look at. We have not gotten our GHG emissions, which is what brought about climate smart agriculture, is still at 4%. Yes, we can begin to adopt, like I said, conservation agriculture practices, but we need to also determine what is best for us. I hope I've answered your question. Okay.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. Truly, the climate smart agriculture level of adoption is still low. That I would say, but like My fellow panelists have stated a lot around governments, development partners. I will want to go down to the direct interaction with the actors when you talk about the users. Over the years, we are just in the seed sector system, though we have been able to embrace some innovations that will help the use of our inputs to ensure its profitability in the hands of the users. That has taken us into research. Like I stated earlier, we try to see how we transfer these innovations to the level that the farmers will be able to see, feel, practice, and adopt. Over the years, OCP Africa spoke about the one-stop shop hub. If you remember, we are partners on that. And on this, we have been able to send these varieties that are drought-tolerant, nitrogen-tolerant varieties, even for the rice varieties that are being breeded for the purpose of submergence tolerance. When you talk of flood, to some extent, Faro 66 and 67, we have been able to take this to the real farmers, carry out demonstration plots, organize field days with them, discuss with them, and they compare this to their own fields of either safe seeds that they use, or safe grains that they planted, or some other varieties that are actually improved but are not tolerant to some of the issues surrounding them. When they see this practically, we do it with them, we teach them how to do it on their own, and we tell them we are ready to make sure it's accessible. That is why we have such a hub like One Stop Shop. Now, the level of adoption, which is like the major problem, is tied to the issue that she has discussed. Sometimes when you talk about the costs, finances, some of these farmers cannot afford. And that is why you see what Thrive is doing today, it makes it a bit flexible for farmers to get into using technology, into farming, and also getting a good livelihood, where you come and give them access to credits, input credits, and you recover while they go away with the excess. This, I believe, like the first panel talked about it, if we can duplicate, if we have 200 tribes, technology adoption and the reach and practice or the activity of technology in the sector of food production is going to scale in no time. Thank you.
Okay, yeah. Thank you very much to those two questions. Based on what I've just said, Fadila has said that we are producing just 14%, right? 4% of GHG emission. And we are receiving the highest consequences. And adoption is low in terms of climate-smart agriculture. And then when you look at smallholder farmers, you also realize that, like the first panelists talk about, technology adoption with smallholder farmers, because we're talking about climate-smart agriculture, with smallholder farmers is also low in terms of technology. When companies keep building technology products, the question is, how intensive can these smallholder farmers actually adopt it? And when companies who can build the technology, other companies who are starting up don't have that capacity to be able to build those type of technology. So in the essence, the entire Nigerian and agricultural space for climate-smart agriculture is low, like they've said. So now my question is, are there consequences to this? And based on the projected opportunities that we're supposed to be adopting on one other continent and countries are currently doing, can this kind of adoption be made? What kind of adoption should we put in place to avert these consequences if we don't put those things in place?
Hello. Thank you. For smallholder farmers, is basically, as we have mentioned during the course of this conversation, The smallholder farmers form the bedrock of whatever we produce in this country. And for them, I don't think a greater percentage of them are even aware of what climate smart agriculture is. That's just the truth of it. One, because of the fact that, well, we mentioned it too, they are low level of, I mean, some of them are still a little bit educationally challenged. And you need to go ahead and break down some of these things into minute details for them to be able to have that particular understanding that they need to go ahead and deviate from these current farm practices because of the fact that they need to equally protect the environment that they actually stay in. So for me, in my own opinion, it has to do with more of enlightenment. You need to break this thing down, and like we have equally mentioned now, that's one of the reasons why most of us are actually giving kudos to ThriveAgric. Because the aggregator model that they have used have actually gone ahead to educate the farmers. You saw the farmers' testimony. They said they were doing it this way before. ThriveAgric came and said, this is what should be done. Which, of course, apart from the fact that it made that particular input to work faster, it equally protects the environment to a larger extent. So there is a need for us to continue to create that particular awareness and sensitize the farmers. Because the environment is hard. Unfortunately for us too, agriculture is one of the greatest contributors to climate change because of the fact that they emit carbon dioxide. And they create that, they have impact on the ozone layer too. So we need to find a way of sensitizing them, letting them know that they need to do things in a different manner in order to, one, produce more and equally protect the environment. Adaptation, they need to go ahead and adapt. For some of those farm practices now that are now eco-friendly, and like I mentioned, sensitization and more awareness, stakeholders engagement is equally very, very important. Because during my engagement with farmers, they normally find it difficult to deviate from the way they are doing things. They find it difficult to deviate from the way they are doing things. But if they go ahead and do it in a different manner, and they achieve the right results, of course, there is always the opportunity for them to go ahead and change, so that at the end of the day, we continue to protect the environment. Thank you.
Okay. The question, I think the first one has to do with the consequences and then what to do. Yeah, there are consequences for not adopting climate-smart agriculture. First, we know that the yield of crops, the yields are reducing. We know that there is a lot of pests and diseases now. Every year now you see a lot of fall armyworm as far as you grow maize. It's over there. Before, all this wasn't like that. We know that the productivity of livestock is reducing. So these are some of the consequences of not adopting climate-smart agriculture. And now that takes me to some of the practices that we used to have before. Farmers these days, many of them don't remember what is called composting. Composting, yeah, it's a very important tool that we can use as a technique for climate-smart agriculture. Crop rotation, it is there. Do we still rotate? How many farmers still plant on the same field, year in, year out, planting the same crop? That is what is happening now. So many other practices that we do. We do a lot of land preparation, a lot of land tillage, whereas what we need now to mitigate this is to practice zero tillage or minimal tillage agriculture. We need to do things that can conserve nutrients in the soil, things that can conserve water on the soil. So these are some of the practices that we need to undertake, but some of them are not being done now, and we need to promote that, as he said. I like what Value Seed mentioned, that they are doing demonstrations. Yeah, whatever technology, even if it's as simple as composting, we need to demonstrate it. We need to demonstrate it in a place where people will see it. And it's not just having demonstration farms. We need to have field days, having green field days, and then brownfield days, where we invite the communities to come and see what is happening. We learn a lot through that.
Yeah, we need to learn a lot through all these field days. It's very important. That is the way to train farmers. That is the way to sensitize them. Sure, regular field visit, regular training by extension agents is very important. Thank you.
Hello. Sorry for that. Thank you very much. I'm coming now to you. We've talked so much about how we ensure that climate-smart agriculture should be used in our local communities, especially for the smallholder farmers. Now let's go. You work so much on collaborations. And one of the panelists, and also in the formal panel session, emphasized on the fact that not one organization can do everything. When it comes to collaboration, you also realize that within collaboration, you first explain how you think we should go about collaboration when it comes to climate-smart agriculture in terms of private, public, development organization, and institutional investors. But there are also some certain types of consequences in collaboration. When it comes to, you have carbon credits, things like carbon credits, where it is, some will say there's a term that the West keeps developing and they just want to offset the carbon. So they would want countries like Africa, continents like Africa, to reduce their own carbon emission and sell carbon credits while the West keeps developing. But that's also part of collaboration. But that's a discredit to Africa, do you get? So can you explain all those kind of?
Okay, thank you for that interesting question. I like to look at it in two ways. It's good you mentioned how much Africans are at the table having these conversations and also demanding, right? And I see that there are two issues, which is around the knowledge gap as well as the data gap. So we have businesses that are trying in Africa with the knowledge they have to employ climate-smart practices, but you find out that there seems to be a disconnect between the kind of attention in terms of funding, in terms of capacity building, in terms of technical assistance, in attracting investors, also. Hello, okay, that will also drive change. And so it actually makes us to think, especially as businesses in Nigeria, to document every step of the way how we are working. I know the last panel, there was a feedback to ThriveAgric that, I think it was Salco, if I get the company right, or Sagad. He has data that is useful for ThriveAgric, but he's still holding on to it, right? Or Thrive has not requested for it. And that's usually the challenge everywhere. We're doing a lot of work and we're not having data to show for it. And so when we are having conversations, we cannot show history or we cannot prove that this is the challenge we're facing. And from what I've seen, I see that a lot of other countries or a lot of other parts of the world, like Asia, seems to be attracting, especially technical assistance and finance in the areas of climate-smart agriculture. It's actually a wake-up call for us in Africa. If we're doing so much work on the field, we have so much ideas, we're piloting a lot of ideas, how much are we putting ourselves forward? How much are we giving ourselves that visibility? And how much are we also documenting the right data? Speaking about environmental compliance, you realize that it's not just putting in structures to say I am environmentally compliant. There are lots of data that needs to be collected. Now, this data is also important for the donors as well as the financial institution, because what is happening is funding is now trickling through financial institutions who are now very conscious of environmental issues to finance climate-smart projects. So from what we've been seeing in history, we're seeing that projects of funding is going a lot into renewable energy projects, And we're wondering in agriculture, what's the problem? It's because we are not able to document and communicate the data we have been gathering all these years. So I think one way to solve these issues that we are having, which is bringing a huge consequence of us not attracting the kind of funding we require, or development organizations going to other climes to structure financing that touches smallholder farmers who are climate smart in their approach. If we can do this, I think we will be able to see an improvement, and we will not feel marginalized whenever we're having conversations around carbon credits. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, the contribution I want to make is that it's important that we think, we can think globally, but we should act locally. Yeah, the issue of carbon credits, we should remember, as was mentioned earlier, the emission, the greenhouse emission from Africa is still very low, very, very low. But there are elements of our practices that are not climate smart, and we should take consideration. We should take those into consideration. When we are thinking of climate smart agriculture, it's important for us to remember the word resilience. How do we bounce back after there is a disaster, after a disaster like flooding and so on and so forth, after there is drought and so on and so forth? How do we bounce back? What are those practices that we must put in place to be able to bounce back? We must consider these, and we must name them. It's not enough for us to have global terminology, climate smart. There are practices that constitute climate smart agriculture at every stage of agricultural production. There are practices. I was looking at the video that was shown today. I saw heaps of maize, how they were stacking them on, I think maybe in Kaduna State. There in Kaduna, they call them buka. Yeah. It's a practice that they have been using this practice over the years. But I tell you, for the past 3 years, it is no longer a good practice because rains have extended beyond the months. Before, they would stack them by September, and then they would dry there. But now they stack them, and rain will still fall on them. As rain falls on them in September, October, at times even November, a fungi grow in them. And then you have the issue of aflatoxin, issue of efumunicin growing in them. And then we consume these grains later on. So we have to be very careful what we do. At every stage of production, we have to take into consideration the practices that we are putting in place and be very, very conscious of what we are doing. That is my contribution to this. Thank you.
Hello? Sorry. My contribution is, it would be lovely to see all the stakeholders that are involved within the ecosystem to see how we can, within ourselves, develop a structure of how to ensure that the farmers out there practice climate smart agriculture. And like she readily mentioned, there are much funds out there that have been assessed by other countries across the globe that have to do with climate smart agriculture. And in most cases, we see that they have easy access to this fund. Why? Because of the fact that they are what we call a stakeholder or structured approach into assessing that particular fund. I want the country to take a look at this and say, although the emissions may be low by now, in 10, 15 years' time, only God knows what it will be. So we need to put some of those things in place to ensure that eventually it's now come and assist us to mitigate the impact when it eventually, and of course, if everything is in motion, of course, it's going to go ahead and mitigate. It simply means that we'll be getting lesser emissions to ensure that the environment is being protected while we go ahead and produce more. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you. I just want to contribute a little. It's the speaker that just spoke now said something about stakeholders. You see, one of the strongest partners you will ever have in food production is the farmer. And you must not neglect the intelligence of a farmer. No matter how you see
the level of literacy of the farmers seemed low, they still have their ability to discern from what they want and what you want them to do. And as anchors or stakeholders, there are certain things we must begin to do at our own level as we interact with these farmers. Take, for instance, there are some chemicals, agrochemicals, not to mention, but we already know they are banned from use due to the destruction to the soil and the soil organisms and nutrients. You, as a stakeholder, you are giving input credits, and because you feel it's a low-cost product, you want to include it. If you begin to cut such out, it will reduce the access of this kind of items to the hands of the farmers who are the users. Now, because some of these products are also in the market from the same big players, or let's say stakeholders, who sell them to make profit, farmers will still access them, use on the farm. It destroys not just the soil, even the crop, the produce will not be safe for consumption. These are problems that we are facing. Now, the adoption of the climate smart practices boils down to also what you put in with what you are expecting to happen, either to the weather, to the soil, or to even humans, and to the progress of whatsoever is your goal in that production. So we should begin to curb the kind of interaction with screen what we do with the farmers. And these farmers understand a lot. If you doubt, when you go to some communities, we have been able to train people who are having some literacy level, who have made up their mind to be in the community. We use them to reach other farmers because they believe and understand their own. Farmers, sometimes the problem they have when it has to do with adoption and bringing this to real-time practice is because they don't understand. English, you may not send English in interpreting such programs or such applications or models, but you also want to translate it to their language. If you translate, for instance, any program in Hausa, are you aware that there are people who speak Hausa but cannot read Hausa? What you need is to have agents who are dwellers, get them trained, and they live with these people. And farmers are always eager and ambitious. So when they see their fellow do a thing and it's successful, all of them will queue. That's how we keep transferring this innovation and we make them work within. Thank you.
So he mentioned, a panelist mentioned that agriculture contributes majority of greenhouse emissions. And I think it's good for us to know that most of this emission comes from methane, which is livestock related, and nitrous oxide, which is from nitrogen fertilizers. And what this has done over time to our soil is reduce the soil quality. So I think as a start, one of the practices to not only help farmers adapt is to enhance the quality of the soil. By reducing the amount of nitrogen fertilizers that farmers use, and also using stress-tolerant seed varieties, which he mentioned earlier. I think these two key things are very important to help farmers to adapt, as well as taking out insurance. But I think where collaboration comes in. I think that we need to come together and advocate for our policymakers to determine specific measures for mitigation, adaptation, and kind of place a price tag on it, and then afterwards identify targets and indicators and show how investment in climate smart agriculture can yield multiple benefits. And I think when we do that, we will begin to attract more investment into developing, helping farmers to adapt to climate change. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Your last statement is going to be my next question. But before I ask that question, does anyone in the audience have a question? Yes, one person here. 2, 3, 4. 4 persons. Okay. Can start from here. Yes.
Okay, good morning, everybody. My name is Happy Amos. So, talking about climate smart practices, I happen to be in the communities a lot and also tried my hands on farming. Most of the time, before we start farming, the first thing they tell me is, let's buy herbicide and just pour on the farm and the grass die before we go tilling. And so that's what basically happened most of the time. So I want to know, where is the place of herbicides and all these chemicals used in farming in the place of climate smart practices? Because you will agree with me that some of these chemicals are not just harmful to the soil, but most especially harmful to human beings who consume the end product. So what are we doing about these practices that is very prevalent amongst our farmers now?
Yeah, thank you very much for the question. I mentioned earlier that there are some practices that we had before, which it seems that we are forgetting about them. Things like crop rotation, things like leaving farms fallow. These are practices that we had before. Now, we need to go back to the basics. Agriculture is very basic, and it's a practical thing. It's not it's not theory. It's not theoretical. You can read something about agriculture, but you must do it. There are new practices that are coming up. There's a new terminology they call regenerative agriculture. And it contains everything about climate smart agriculture. Now, the first thing is using cover crops. Reducing use of chemical inputs. Reducing the use of chemical inputs. We cannot totally eliminate them for now, but we can reduce them to barest minimum. So that directly answers your question. The other one, again, is when I talked about cover crops, using things like leguminous crops, so that they on their own will fix nitrogen on the soil. That if you now plant maize will absorb the nitrogen instead of you adding nitrogen that you don't need. I'm happy that Thrive, they are using precision agriculture, getting their fertilizer that is specific for the crop. That is very good. OCP is producing that fertilizer. They are producing it. They are working on it. It is very good. But just using something that is generic, that one chemical solves all the problem, is not good. We need to reduce as much as possible. Having integrated farming, introducing livestock into our farming is good as well, so that we can use the manure of the animals in our farms instead of going to buy chemical fertilizer. It's another way, it's another thing that we can do. And there are other elements. I mentioned earlier the issue of zero tillage or minimal tillage. As was mentioned, I think, in the last panel or even here, the way we prepare our land, it's not good. The way we prepare our land is not good. We are destroying a lot of the nutrients on the soil. We're exposing them, and the heat is killing the nutrients. And we need to be very mindful of this. So we need to be very, very specific, very, very targeted in the chemicals that we use. And as much as possible, try to go and leave some of the lands fallow. Try to do crop rotation. And with that, some of the weeds will disappear. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next question, I have one more question. One more person to take a question. Because of time, sorry.
Yeah, my name is Rashid Shuaib. I work for Advocacy for Sustainable Development, a civil society organization. My question goes directly with the agri insurance. I know how difficult, because before now I've sold an insurance before, and I know how difficult the perception of ordinary Nigerians on how insurance is. So I want to ask, what are the challenges you face, in selling insurance to the small-scale farmers outside there? Because I believe that it's not an easy thing, in selling insurance. So I want to, maybe let's share your ideas on how to use particularly sold insurance to the small-scale holder farmers out there. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that question. And I want to be honest. These days, within the advent of climate change, selling insurance to farmers is no longer difficult as it is, because you see the risks there. You see flood, you see drought, and it's been massive. So most farmers are already aware of the fact that, well, they need to have some sort of mitigant to make sure that they are protected against this climate variability. That is it. Another major thing that comes into place is the fact that most farmers, they know the orientation is changing. Insurance seems to be the last thing on their mind concerning that particular farm, because they are already burdened with so much costs. They think about inputs, they think about labor, they think about all those costs that they need to sink into that particular farm to get production. It seems to be the last. So the issue here is that finance, because of course you need to pay a premium for you to have access to insurance, is a challenge. They look at that particular premium, which is very minimal anyway, when you compare it to the cost of production. They will take a look at that and say, okay, I can still buy one bag of seeds or one bag of fertilizer instead of me to pay for insurance. So what we have done is that we have tried as much as possible to develop bespoke insurance solutions that will assist farmers even with the financing at the beginning of that particular farming period when they have so much expenditure to make. There was a partnership we have with Thrive and an international donor agency where we provide a parametric insurance cover for the farmers for Thrive, and it was EFA. EFA is an international donor agency that pre-finance the premiums for the farmers. Over 10,000 ThriveAgric farmers have access to that particular product this year, this farming season, this wet season that is about to be completed. So at the end of the day, what happened is that once the farmers sell their paddy to ThriveAgric mops it up, ThriveAgric now deducts the premium that was pre-financed. And of course, remit back the premium into a pool for the farmers for the next season. So, and if there is a claim, whatever claim that the farmer is supposed to be paid as a result of any of these risks that is actually being covered, the premium is now deducted from that particular claim and now kept in the pool again to be used to refinance the insurance cover for the farmers in the next season. So what we are trying to do is that we know the challenges of the farmers. And the farmers these days are definitely aware of the fact that there is climate change and there is a need for them to find a way of mitigating it in order to ensure that all their investment to that particular farm does not go into a waste. And one thing that we equally find out is that virtually most aggregators and most financiers include insurance in their operating business model from day one. So if a farmer is going to access any form of credit facility for that particular farming project, he has insurance already, because one, the financier will want to have their money back. He knows that if there is anything that happens to that particular farm as a result of flood or drought or pest, he will not be able to get back their money. But once they have insurance, they know insurance will have to pay that particular claim so that they will be in that particular comfort. The same thing with the financier. The same thing with the aggregator that onboarded the farmers, just like ThriveAgric. I told you that for every ThriveAgric farmer that is being financed, they have insurance for them. There is insurance. So at the end of the day, if the weather fails or something just goes wrong on the farm that is beyond the control of the farmers themselves, insurance will go ahead and pay. So it's becoming more popular with the smallholder farmers because they are aware of the benefit and they are aware of the challenges of actually going to the land in view of this aspect of climate change and that. Thank you.
Thank you so much. To wrap up the session, I'm going to ask 2 questions, which is combined to one. But please, be very brief so that we can round up the session. We've talked about so much, and I would like to ask, kindly share your opinion based on all the discussions we've had so far on the future of climate smart agriculture in Nigeria. And like my last moderator said, in view of all this we've said, we should be at the cost when it comes to ensuring smallholder farmers make use of climate smart technologies and practices as a holistic combined package. Because when you say insurance, that's just the end. Before the insurance, what happens? Do you get? There are so many things that has to happen. So who bears that cost for a holistic climate smart practice? Who wants to start?
Okay, thank you. To be brief, I want to say actually, for now, I still stand with the people who will continue to say awareness on climate smart practices, because until you know and understand something, you won't want to venture or even give it a try. So as we keep giving the awareness, we'll see that a lot will start changing. Thrive is doing, other organizations, we are coming together to see how we transfer the real knowledge to these farmers so they will know what it means to be climate smart. Then the other part of the question, for me, over the years that I started working with in the sector, from the little we have been practicing, we have been working on total cost sharing. Cost sharing. This is because the experience over the years have taught us that value is actually given to what is paid for, especially with farmers. Farmers understand. Before, we were arguing. We've been in the school of thought that when you bug farmers with costs, they begin to run away from certain collaborations. But over the years, I must tell you, even currently, as long as they get value to what they are paying for, farmers are doing it. They adopt, they subscribe to any kind of model that is profitable, and they pay for any cost you are sharing with them if you are able to give them reasons and tell them the advantages and disadvantages that is inclusive in the whole model. Thank you.
Yeah. For me, the future is very bright. Why? Because we see a lot of young people coming into agriculture now. And they are coming in with the technological side of it. And that will help a lot. If you take a look at the greater proportion of the participants in this conference, most of them are youths. It simply means the interest of agriculture is up there. The youths, when they come into a space, of course, they are going to go ahead and cause a lot of disruptions, as we have seen. This is what ThriveAgric has done. That is what ThriveAgric has done. And you can see the length, the progress that they have made within a short period of 5 years. So, when they come into that particular space, they are going to take cognizance of climate smart agriculture. Because most of the young people, they want to have money to spend. So if that particular system is not profitable, they will not be there. So that is equally very key. They will bring in that innovation that had to ensure that, in spite of equally protecting the environment, they equally need to go ahead and produce more to be able to make more money and actually enjoy the good life. So the youths are coming. So whatever the case may be, the future is bright. Then on the other side, cost. I go along with them. That's the best way to go. Because one of those things that most innovators will think about is the first mover problem. if I go ahead and do this, how do I recover the cost? So it still boils down to the fact that everybody within that particular ecosystem should come together and talk to themselves and see, okay, if this will help, how will everybody that will benefit go ahead and share in the cost for the benefit of the entire ecosystem? Thank you.
I wouldn't want to repeat what others have said, but there are two ways I'm going to look at it. The first one is collaboration, and the second one, premium price. First one on collaboration, we need to collaborate more, not just among ourselves, not just within the aggregators, but we look outside. Who are the others that are there? We have the seed companies, the transporters, and so on and so forth. But we have training institutions also that are not far from the communities. We have colleges of agriculture. They are still teaching the basic agriculture, which are the things that the farmers need. We need to collaborate with them to go back to things like composting, crop rotation, and so on and so forth. We need to collaborate at that level to do the basics in agriculture. Now, the other one again, we need to be very clear what we want to do on climate smart agriculture. And if we are clear on that, you will see the quality of what we are going to get at the end will be better than what we are getting now. The quality of the grains will be better. And with that, we need to pay farmers according to grades. We need to grade what the farmers produce and pay according to grades. If we pay according to grades, it will be a motivation for farmers to do things better, to do things the way they are asked to do it. So they may do things, they may plant the way you want them to plant on the field, but when it comes to activities after harvesting, it becomes another story. The way they dry, the way they store, the way they package, and so on and so forth will become another thing entirely. And they may plant one variety on the field and then mix them up with another variety and sell to the millers. That is where you now start having grains that are not of the same size. But when you grade, then you have that quality that you want. So these are the two ways that I want to suggest. Thank you.
Thank you. I think it's going to be a holistic approach, and the conversation around climate smart agriculture will always be that conversation on the table, especially when we still use petrol vehicles and we still power our houses with generators. So there's a challenge with that. And it also brings the fact that in agriculture, we also need to be very conscious about the productive use of energy equipment. How are we also trying to, at the processing end, trying to change the kind of power sources that we are using in our production processes? And if we're able to do that, with regards to the cost, we will know that it's business, although it's business unusual, not as usual, because we have a climate issue before us. And when we have that mindset, I know that in the nearest future and even now, there are guarantees and there are products that are being designed just to address issues around climate change. So at the end of the day, from the development point of view, when there will be cost share and maybe private sector collaborations around climate change issues, there will also be financing that will be long-term driven and directed at helping private sector enterprises that are incorporating climate smart approaches into the process of production from farm to the table. Thank you.
Thank you once again. So for me, in my opinion, I think the future of climate smart agriculture in Africa and Nigeria, I think we need to determine, and I've said this before, what is important to us. Because if we focus a lot on, reducing carbon emissions, we know that what we are emitting right now is not up to 4%. So I think the target should be focused more on adaptation. Because even if you eliminate nitrogen, even if you adopt all the climate-smart practices for soil health, we will still be affected by flooding and droughts. How do we address that? For me, that's where the focus should be. And I think Professor Chikwendo has mentioned increasing soil health, reducing cost of production by adopting, say, solar-powered farming, from irrigation to harvest to threshing, and practices that align with adaptation, and putting smallholder farmers and businesses like Alluvion and Thrive less at risk of climate change effects. I think that's where our focus should be. Our focus should be on adaptation, and our focus should be also on, because climate smart agriculture is expensive. We need to also invest in R&D for more stress tolerant seed varieties that suit our soil, which funds need to go. R&D is expensive. So how do we access these funds? Because these are development financing kinds of funds. How do we access these funds? So that's where government comes in, and that's where collaboration comes in. Like I said, we need to check and see the adaptation and mitigation measures in our food systems, that we can apply targets and indicators so that we can measure, because she mentioned measurement and data. We need to begin to measure what the benefits are for climate smart investment. When we can do that, I think that's where I see climate smart agriculture for Africa, for Nigeria. Let our focus be on adaptation, protecting smallholder farmers, protecting investments, and protecting businesses like ours.
Thank you very much. I would like to end with saying that, to be sincere, the panelists, the two panel sessions have really done justice to our theme of the day, leveraging technology to sustainable scale agriculture, smallholder farmers in perspective. Because most of the time when we have discussions in the agricultural sector, we tend to neglect the most important stakeholder within the agricultural space, the smallholder farmers. Whatever you are developing, whatever technology, whatever collaboration, the African agricultural sector is tied down to the smallholder farmers. We have over 100 million smallholder farmers. And you realize that these smallholder farmers have so many challenges. But then we have few organizations and few technological firms and few companies coming up. But they forget that whatever you're developing, like one of the panelists said, global context, but local. If you develop any technology for any climate smart practices that is not locally inclined, would never work. And that's why you see many companies running down, because you're not thinking about the local adoption. Farmers, like one of the panelists said, are very smart. You just need to be layman, explain it, say it. I keep saying two things. We always assume farmers would not adopt, and the other part is we always assume children will not understand. It's our assumptions that keeps making us go back, rather than saying, okay, wherever you're creating it for, give them the test, put the samples, invest in that, and you'll be shocked at what we develop. ThriveAgric started in 2015. We started with small. We gave the test. We kept investing in collaborations, in ensuring the farmers understand. And I would say from that time to today, we have farmers that have been working with us for 5 years. From 1 hectare, they are now doing 5 hectares. It's all about making sure that whatever solutions we're creating, whatever collaborations we're creating, is tied down to how the Nigerian and African agricultural sector is made. And that's how I'll end it. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. No, please hold on. Don't leave yet. Another round of applause, please. Thank you. Don't leave. That was such a wonderful and very enlightening session. Just recently we had the COP27 happening in Egypt, right? And it's great to see that we are running with that vision, finding ways for smart agriculture. And we have an ambassador, right? A ThriveAgric ambassador who goes around to talk to farmers in rural regions or rural communities as well, encouraging, okay, this is what we're doing. These are practices that we should implement. So I think that it's great discussing solutions and also going on to implement those solutions, putting talk into action is really wonderful. So the next bit that we have some gifts for you. And then, of course, we're going to take pictures. Faith, you're going to come up as well to take pictures. And this function will be performed by the Vice President, ThriveAgric Commercials, Adetoro Akindele. Please, a round of applause for him as he makes his way up. So we start from here. Okay.
Okay. Yes, please go ahead. Put your hands together for our panelists and, of course, our beautiful moderator, Samira Bello. It was an insightful conversation. While the panel section was going on, we could hear some talking in the background. I just assumed that we were having further conversations and doing our best to begin to network and, of course, to collaborate with one another. So the next section we are going to have will allow room for that to properly take place. We would shortly have lunch. I want to go ahead and appreciate you for being an amazing audience, for being patient, for sitting from 9 a.m. up until now. Please put your hands together for yourselves. And I'm really, really thankful for your audience. I appreciate you. So, like I said, we would move properly into the networking session in a short while. We will do that simultaneously while having lunch. Some brand videos would be played in the background, and I know that the technical team is getting ready and set to give us a very seamless projection. But right now, I'd like to welcome to give us the closing remark, sort of a summary of what ThriveAgric intends to do in the nearest future. I'd like to welcome the Vice President Operations, ThriveAgric. You saw him earlier. Here's Oshone. He's coming forward. Please give him a round of applause. Thank you very much. Oshone, I like your tailor. Looks like he has anointing. Thank you. Thank you. Please, one more time. Celebrate the man. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I think for us, I hope everyone is safe. Again, I think we have come to the end, or almost the end, of all the talk, all the sessions. And first of all, I'd like to thank everyone for coming. For us, it's a privilege, really, to host you, to talk about our work so far. Thank all our partners, Trade Hub, USAID, other partners like OCP, we have Sterling Bank, Gerewa Farms, Mill, we have, I don't want to list everyone's name, but I thank everyone for coming. I think we have a dairy team here as well, Cham. I think they are the only ones different in terms of the agri space. I'd like to give a shout out to them as well. I really want to, on behalf of everyone at ThriveAgric, just to really pour out our appreciation and thank everyone for coming. For us at ThriveAgric, I would just like to close by saying there's a lot we want to do, right? And I don't think we've scratched the surface enough. In as much as we can talk about the numbers, everything we've done on this project, for us there's so much more to do in this space. When you talk about smallholder farmers, we say, first of all, at ThriveAgric, that we are farmer obsessed. It's important to indicate that it's a core of what we believe in. The empowerment, the improvement of smallholder farmers. If you have a set of people that produce maybe a lot of the food we take in, it's important to actually focus on them. Though we're talking about now also climate smart agriculture, talking about other issues around the agri system that we can solve. But the first thing we always want to do is, first of all, provide that enabling environment for farmers to scale their businesses, for farmers to produce more food. We will see eventually more projects like this, hopefully more partners that we can work with, more sponsors, more collaborators, to work with in the future. One of the key things we know, and everyone knows here, is access to finance. The agri space is something that, everyone is scared of, sort of. But I think what ThriveAgric is doing, I think it proves beyond every reasonable doubt that it's possible. And what also other partners here are doing, right? It proves beyond reasonable doubt that it's very possible to work in this space, to still make money from this space. There are a lot of development finance coming in. However, there's a lot of private sector guys that can come into this space, be it from technology, be it from just direct production, be it from fertilizer. Whatever you're doing, I think it's possible to really, really, produce sustainably within the space. I'd like to talk about what Dana said earlier, technology. You really have to leverage it on something. There needs to be a platform. It cannot just exist in a vacuum, in like some other sectors. It's important that our technology in the agri space is built on something. The hard work, the pain it takes, and ThriveAgric is here to do that, right? And I want to encourage other partners to come into production as well, and innovate around it. I'd like to also speak a little on climate smart agriculture. I think, first of all, we need to produce food, right? It's important to really solve food production, right? And look at other things we can, talk about, right? That can help also climate, issues, right? Tackling flooding, tackling drought, other issues around these things. But eventually, we need to get to a point where sustainably as a country, as a continent, we can produce enough food for ourselves. Thank you very much once again for coming, and I think we'll be able to network more. I hope to meet some of you, and I just want to tell everyone to try and network, right? It's important that we network well, and just try to collaborate with each other and see what we can do for Nigeria and for Africa at large. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Oshene. And yes, just as he said, we really need to collaborate and network as much as possible. And as I said earlier, that's exactly what we're moving into right after now. For our distinguished guests, speakers, want to appreciate you one more time for being patient, for being seated. I want to particularly appreciate you, the lady on the table. Are you Mrs. Usman?
Oh, so beautiful.
Mr. Usman, she has been taking pictures of you. Some of them were blurry, but you appreciate them. I noticed. Yeah. So for our dignitaries, would like for you to be patient. Favor, would you please give me a wave? Favor, one of the moderators earlier. Samira, Would you give me a wave? Okay. Well, I'm pretty sure Favor will get to me very soon, but for our dignitaries, we'd like for you to go with Favor as soon as she comes up. We have a package for you downstairs. Please do not go without taking our time to at least stop by. Then we will move again to that, the employability clinic and the career fair. At that section, I would hand over completely, myself and Clever, to Favor Eze. She'd be in charge of that. We will liaise, and trust me, you do not want to go without experiencing that particular segment. Right now, we have come to the end of this first session, and on behalf of Clever and my humble self, Faith, and therefore I want to say thank you for being amazing, for laughing, for smiling with me, for clapping your hands, for giving me your numbers. Some of you have been flashing me. I will call you back. Don't worry, I will call you. Right now, Technica, are we ready? We are going to all stand and take the Nigerian national anthem. We will sing it with pride, with hope, with resilience, knowing that the new year, the new season, the new section is about to be a really fantastic one. If we are ready, I am ready.
Nigeria's humble name to serve our fatherland with love and strength and faith. The labor of our heroes was shining morning in vain to serve with heart and mind. One nation bound in freedom, peace and unity.
Go ahead, put your hands together. Thank you. Thank you very much. Yes, DJ, please feel free to give us some music, or we'll go right into the brand videos. Our dignitaries, Favor is right to my left. Favor, give me a wave again. Make sure that they can see you. Thank you very much. Technical, please take over.
Food is critical to your existence, but where does it come from? Where does your food come from? It comes from them.
I still want to. All right.
Food is critical
If
to
I can
your
have your
existence,
attention,
but
please.
where does it come from? Where
Want to
does
crave your
food come
indulgence
from?
to please have your
It comes
seats.
from them.
We have ushers that would direct the service
At
of the
ThriveAgric,
food.
our vision
Please,
is
can
to
we
build an
sit
Africa
down
that feeds herself
so that we
and
can
the world.
do this in a
We
very
are passionate about
orderly
food
manner?
security, and we believe
Thank
that
you very
smallholder
much, those of us
farmers
who are
key to
complying
unlocking our
already.
continent's unrivaled food
Again,
production
ladies and
potential.
gentlemen, please,
But these
let's have our
primary
seats.
food producers face three major challenges.
Members of staff, ThriveAgric, in collaboration with our ushers, they will be in charge of the food service. We will approach the buffet stand table after table. I want to assure you that you will get something to eat and something that you like and you appreciate. So again, please, let's sit down and just try to do this in a very orderly manner.
Our work at ThriveAgric is focused on solving these three problems using technology. We link smallholder farmers to capital in form of input financing and services. We provide them with tailored data-driven advisory, training, and development throughout the farming season. And we make available post-harvest services and connect them directly to local and global markets for their commodities. Oh, and when we say using technology, we mean our technology, an agricultural operating system, AOS, built to enable and enhance several agricultural processes, such as capturing farmer data during onboarding, identifying coordinates and measuring farmland size during farm mapping, calculating adequate farmer input required during input distribution, tracking crop growth and progress during field monitoring, and managing inventory of commodities received at harvest, including storage, sales, and shipment to off-takers. Our mission is simple. We want to build the largest network of profitable farmers across Africa, ensuring there's always food for all.
Na ɗan samu ƙauriya kamar irin na siyan mashin haka da nake hawa ba ni yake hawa ma bayarwa nake ake min a caɓa da shi haka nake samun abin da zan yi da kuɗin abin nan ina da sauransu har kai rayuwa ba tare da na je wajen wani na kai kaina wajen abin nan ba.
This means helping smallholder farmers gain improved livelihoods to promote a sustainable structure for more commercial than subsistence farming. So, where does your food come from? Now you know. And just like the food we bring you, we're keeping our brand fresh and focused on building an Africa that feeds herself and the world. ThriveAgric, enabling agriculture first for the farmer.
Hi, my name is Samira Bello. I lead partnerships for ThriveAgric. ThriveAgric is a fast-growing, technology-driven agricultural company in Africa. We are currently in Nigeria, Ghana, Kenya, and Tanzania. We work with rural smallholder farmers in rural communities to help the agricultural sector. We do this by working with young persons who use our technologies to be able to help these farmers grow better. For the young persons we work with, we provide them with employment and digital training through our activities which are focused on supporting smallholder farmers and ensuring food security using technology and digital solutions. That's right. I, as a young person myself, am proud to say that ThriveAgric has been able to create close to 21,000 jobs, you heard me right, for youths in rural areas, such as using our technologies in the aspect of our agricultural operating system. Our field extension officers use this agricultural operating system called AOS to collect farmer data, track their progress, and earn commissions. This way, the farmers are able to grow their crops above the national standard and average. The second technology we use is our T-Money platform, which we have mobile money agents to facilitate transactions and they earn commissions. The third technology we use is our trader platform, which we use to facilitate movement and last mile delivery of traded commodities and they earn commissions. These are done by trader agents. They sell inputs and also buy outputs from smallholder farmers. In the course of their jobs, these young people have gained access to mentorships, internships, and apprenticeships, which increases their employability. They receive training to build their leadership, management, entrepreneurial, and IT skills, as well as their computer literacy. How did ThriveAgric overcome these barriers? Our tech platforms are developed with offline mode features to operate in areas with poor access to internet services, which means that the agents can go to the field at any time, collect data without internet services. All jobs are resident in areas where these youths live, removing distance barriers, which means we're able to access rural youths within their communities. We provide agents, customer service, digital training, and more to address this mismatch between market demand and education curricula to prepare youths lacking relevant qualifications from school. We also enable hands-on capacity building by subsidizing prohibitive cost of laptops, tablets, and smartphones needed to access and perform digitally enabled jobs. All this enable us to achieve our vision of building an Africa that fits herself and the world. We know it will take a village to accomplish this, a family, our family.
Breaking news.
Good afternoon, everyone. Sorry, the people on my left-hand side, I'm going to apologize. We want to use this side for the career fair.
You like what you see?
Empty seats
You like
on
what
that
you
side
see?
of the hall. So please move to that side of the hall. Thank you very much.
Why, Dada? Why?
This is business.
This is my sweat.
I know, but I did business.
Shut up! You get it?
Continue.
Hi, my name is Samira Bello. I lead partnerships for ThriveAgric. ThriveAgric is a fast-growing, technology-driven agricultural company in Africa. We are currently in Nigeria, Ghana, Kenya, and Tanzania. We work with rural smallholder farmers. Hi, my name is Samira Bello. I lead partnerships for ThriveAgric. ThriveAgric is a fast-growing, technology-driven agricultural company in Africa. We are currently in Nigeria, Ghana, Kenya, and Tanzania. We work with rural smallholder farmers in rural communities to help the agricultural sector. We do this by working with young persons who use our technologies to be able to help these farmers grow better. For the young persons we work with, we provide them with employment and digital training through our activities, which are focused on supporting smallholder farmers and ensuring food security using technology and digital solutions. That's right. I, as a young person myself, am proud to say that ThriveAgric has been able to create close to 21,000 jobs, you heard me right, for youth in rural areas, such as using our technologies in the aspect of our agricultural operating system. Our field extension officers use this agricultural operating system called ARS to collect farmer data, track their progress, and earn commissions. This way, the farmers are able to grow their crops above the national standard and average. The second technology we use is our T-Money platform, which we have mobile money agents to facilitate transactions and they earn commissions. The third technology we use is our trader platform, which we use to facilitate movement and last mile delivery of traded commodities.
Hello everyone.
And the end commissions.
Like the
These are done by trader agents.
said, we would be having a career fair up next, so we're already setting up.
In the course of their
and if you're here for the career fair, both the
gained access to mentorship,
job seekers and the recruiters, please would appreciate if you can have your meal first and then we get started already.